Welcome one and all to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino here in beautiful North Cyprus. We are picking up action this evening in what is sure to be an action game. 100-200 PLO taking place here on our stage. Players are settled, the cards are ready. Big pots aplenty surely on the horizon. Welcome to you from wherever you are tuning in. I'm of course James Dempsey and I'll be joined very shortly by Ali Najad. A little miscommunication, he is on the way. Just a couple of minutes away as we get this big game underway. Sure to be some Merit heroes in the mix. Maybe some who aren't so familiar with the phones at the feature table rule perhaps. So it is 1-2 PLO.
It's on you. Evet, sıra sende şimdi.
Alatin. First up, he's set with 20 Yuris. Sudden here with 20k. Daniel behind with 50. Interested to see how these players always approach this game.
Yok, telefon yasak.
Yeah, see.
Perhaps
uneven stacks around the table as well. Maybe this game has been going a little bit before. Who knows? Certainly with the average stack around 100 blinds, we can expect to see some early action. These PLO games get pretty deep.
göstersen yeterlidir abi. Çok tutmana gerek yok. Başta dağıtırken direkt koydum buraya, sonra bak istediğini yap.
We are on the eve of our main event coverage here. Picking that up tomorrow for day 2. Main event day 1C and day 1D taking place at the moment in this room. There'll be a lot of coverage of that over the next 3 days. For now, all our attention is on this high-stakes PLO action. And I'm happy to mention that the aforementioned Ali Najad is rolled in here. You only missed one hand, Ali.
So perhaps the attention, James, slightly diverted to a slightly delayed arrival by yours truly, but better late than never. Hopefully the philosophy taking root right now as we do indeed feast our eyes on this 100-200 PLO cash game here with a diverse and eclectic collection of hopefuls here.
Ali, it hasn't slipped my attention that seem to arrive just a couple moments late, just after the buffet's closed. Were you there for the duration? Like these cash game players, when the game's running, they're there. When the buffet's open, you're in?
Well, on the topic of in, James, a set of 4s for Alatin. Very much in. Yours truly was under the impression that the buffet closes at 10 p.m.
Oh.
Not 11.
Oh, maybe yours does. No, the VIP one.
Yes.
For longer. Likes of us. But yeah, you're right. We should turn our attention back towards the poker.
Oh, and a problematic turn card, James, is this is a gut shot straight draw along with top 2, which has taken shape here for Rafael.
Yeah, that's completely understandable peel on the flop with top pair, all those backdoors, all over cards and clubs. Finds a bad one in that king, but finds just a cool, nice.
Yeah, sizing of 2100, of course.
Snap check out of turn from Alatin with the set.
And as though he understood that the river was going to somehow be disastrous, promptly the Jack of Diamonds revealing itself in a $6,700 pot as early carnage is afoot. From here. The Crystal Cove. This Merit Poker Retro Series is one that leaves a set of 4s wishing that they could retroactively take back all chips delivered to the middle because said chips are all being delivered across the felt.
Yeah, that was such a PLO board as well. See, I didn't check in the set outside. The only brick in the deck was an offsuit 8. Everything else completed the board some way. shape or form.
Obviously, the
Notwithstanding
paired board, yeah.
But even then, in this case, we see the top 2 cards pair, you're in trouble.
But it's kind of one of those realities that you got to be braced for. If you're going to play pot limit Omaha, James, as you well know, and anybody else who frequents this particular variant of poker does as well, you simply can't expect that the strong flop holdings are going to hold in the same manner in which they would in their 2-card counterpart. A lot of times you'll get, especially in cash games, the peels on the flop in search of equity on the turn, depending on hand composition, and that turn equity can oftentimes then create the snowball effect of looking for rivers, and you saw the example of how things can really unravel in that one there. Now then, forward, as Ahmed, ace, queen, jack, 9, with a couple of spades, will raise it up, potting it to 700.
Like the sound selection. Obviously, any suited ace is pretty good in this game. All that connectivity around the Broadway cards. Very, very strong hand.
And some of those Broadway cards that are needed are busy in the lone caller pre, who is licking some wounds. That being Alatin. 9-8 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, you see Alatin has the best of it, but very hard to withstand any pressure on this board.
Yeah, the 2-10's actually serving as blockers to the gut shot that Ahmed has. Top pair, not interested in following through.
Yeah, I'm all right with this. He's got a pretty good hand that improves on a lot of turns. So let him check it back up against, well, I guess fairly wide range. Out of team, we saw him obviously the first hand with 4s here with king 10, 10, 5, pinning from the small. So certainly a player like to get in the mix. But because the board has paired that bottom card, suddenly these 10s seem so much more attractive. And for this, he's figured out the call here may well be the play. Very scary board though, with of course 2 flush draws.
Oh, and what a delightful river this is, as Alatin makes 10s full at the same time that Ahmed has made queen high straight.
Interesting, just leads pot.
And with the arrival of the diamonds, a pot-sized lead in a spot such as this, James, and suddenly that nut straight loses its luster.
Yeah. It looks like Alatin's a man who's got a bit of reputation. In the first couple of hands we've seen, these guys are happy to give him some action.
Yeah, well, unhappy, of course, when giving said action to be shown the full house, as the diamonds weren't there, but better kit was. By the way, I like Alatin out there. James, a strictly business sort of vibe on him. Not that procedures have been strictly business-like to this point.
Play 2, 1-1, lost 1. Had a set both times.
No set, no bet.
Yeah, that was a disastrous turn of events. Literally, the turn and river had to come deuce 10 for this man to do his money. Looks like Dara Coney left behind one of his shirts for him as well. That's nice.
Any wanted posters around the resort? Rewards can be collected by paying a visit to Mr. Ahmed, perhaps? By the way, you know that it's summer here in North Cyprus and it's vacation time when the buttons have really been orphaned.
We mentioned this a couple of days ago on stream that the great button shortage in Cyprus 2023 is still underway. All right, Ruslan. Coming in from the hijack. Maybe with the big cards in the cutoff. Obviously, Ali, there's ace, queen, jack 10. Really nice hand. Plays so much better if we have a nut suit, but still good enough, of course.
Perhaps mitigated by the fact that we're in position as you see the heads up ace 7-3.
Yeah.
Gives the double gutter to the
Elimi
4-5.
gördün mü?
Top
Elimi
pair
gördün mü peki?
to the view.
I think it tends to be a better idea to kind of three bet these kind of hands, just to shore up the spades. The jack high spades, you don't want someone coming, calling along behind and having king high or ace high spades. But flattening is, of course, completely fine, and a flop for both.
Obviously, you'd be a little bit more leery of what is happening when spades do show up as a flat caller. Spades not the concern in this spot, though, as Ruslan wastes no time picking up the nut straight on the turn, courtesy of that 6 of diamonds. Does have that straight flush open-ender redraw in case of emergency, but as we can see, drawing dead on the turn is Liviu.
But he has the all-important ace of diamonds in hand.
For the time being, the naked ace of diamonds not useful. Perhaps if one pair had had real ambition.
That's a good fold.
A tear.
Perfectly reasonable to think that you could win that pot by rivering a queen, jack, or 10 and bluff with a diamond. So again, I love this, Ali. When you jump in a game in a room like Merit, where we know it's not insular, but there's a lot of regulars here that play here all the time together and don't tend to travel to too many other places. And all these dynamics exist. These players know each other. They know each other's ranges. And you see there, he just obviously knows his man. He goes, well, we need double barrels. He's usually got it. I'm not going to make a spurious call here.
It is very much a family affair each and every time a Merit festival takes shape, such as this one, the Retro Festival, which has been underway for a number of days already. And there's some real dedicated types, as we see Alatin's dedication.
He's fighting for more money. He's got a good hand. Just limping in.
Trap has been set. See if anybody is going to step into it.
We have gone three-way. Daniel competing small with Jack, Jack, 5 deuce.
Doesn't turn into really anything of note on the King 9 baby card. 2 diamond texture where 2 checks in front. Alatin does bet.
Well, it's 3 hands and 2 sets now for him. He's dropping the average.
Yeah. The dip was brief.
Eller belli olmasın diye.
This is going to be a lot of fun, this game.
Tend to agree.
I'm happy. I'm here with my coffee, my dessert. I decided I was going to jump on that before you did, Ali. I didn't want you shaming me. I thought I may as well just come clean. There's a little cake sat back here.
Yeah. Well, little now that you've actually inhaled a good quotient of that cake. But perhaps it was a little bit more substantive prior to you getting your fangs into it. Three spades, but nut in variety for Alatin, who limps the hijack. Raphael, spades of his own in triplicate. Says, let's take a peek. 4-card rundowns do perform fairly well here. Just a lowly pair of 3s for the time being versus the top pair, which is betting 400 and taking it.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff there. I actually speculated that, you know, to start these games, everyone's playing 100 bigs or less. You kind of get a little splashy, but so far, it's been constrained. I wonder if the cameras are making any effort on that. Everyone wants to warm up to the game.
Listen, anybody who's been a part of a high-stakes cash game knows that in particular at the onset of the game, the tone is very much set by the manner in which the first orbit or two of play takes shape. Is it going to be predominantly raise, defend, play a street or two, and then, you know, go on? Or are we going to see people looking to pile chips in pre-flop and play big and thereby potentially uncomfortable pots?
Well, here we go.
Against one another?
Alatin, who obviously comes with a limp strategy. We saw him limp with the really good aces, he limped with kings. We saw him limp with his other hand. now limps in, and Yuri decides he's going to ISO with a pretty poor hand, really, the ace deuce 3-5, albeit with a nut suit, and Ahmet with the boots behind.
Now, a little bit of an awkward spot for Alatin because he's limped these kings, under-repping them, and they're good kings at that, James, insofar as it's double-suited.
Great kings.
And now with the raise and the re-raise behind, this is a guy whose radar is very tuned as the aces.
Just knew.
Put the kings into the muck. I mean, obviously some trappiness maybe against one raiser, but against two.
And Yuri, they're obviously recognizing as well with, there's not many hands you raise fold to a 3-bet with in PLO. Certainly not many suited ace hands you do, but recognizing they're just up against aces so often. They both have got that recorrect, laying those two hands down.
And I think that actually informs us quite a bit with respect to Mr. Alatin's kind of PLO sixth sense, if you will. There's definitely a real need at times to be able to place somebody on a hand, and oftentimes that hand, if we properly place them on it, can leave ours lacking a future.
Yeah, it was just a good fold that he didn't take much time to make. He was like, oh, you got aces, I got kings, have my 200. Yeah, there are a lot of games where the money's flying in there, or at least we're seeing a spicy flop.
Meanwhile, button over to Rafael with the ace-jack 8-4 and nutted spades. He has raised it up. When we've got a monotone holding, obviously said holding is less desirable to proceed with, as we see lines being passed over to Rafael. Pace of play has been quite brisk.
Yeah.
James, obviously, in its tournament counterpart form, you know, this PLO doesn't get played in nearly the same way.
Yeah, I was going to say that obviously cash games tend to be this way, but also that's just another part of being here at Merit. I mean, people, it's refreshing. People do just play a lot faster. There doesn't seem to be the incessant tanking that takes place other places. Saw that in the both warm-up and the high roller, which have crowned their champions. Is that a straddle I see as well? It is. Yuri straddles and looks down at aces.
What timing for him. And did he get a replacement card? Oh, wow, he did.
The ace of diamonds is on deck.
Okay, so the ace of diamonds, not the spade or the heart, which is still retained within his hand, has been flipped face up, and what a loaded card that is to show to the field. And let's see.
Yeah, it's way more so than Hold'em. These, like an exposed ace makes a big difference in a hand. But also makes it a lot harder for you. Obviously, he knows, you know, he knows it's that much harder to make a set.
Yeah.
There we go, does just flat from the big with that information. I say the big, the straddle, same thing.
So double paired.
So it's the ace of clubs exposed. Pardon me, I suggested ace of diamonds. So I can't even tell red from black.
It looked very much like a diamond to me as well, but obviously that card would have been placed to the top of the stub and utilized as the first burn card so as to keep the integrity of the flop, turn, and river from that point forward, not having subsequent impact. But a very impactful ace of diamonds it is, James, because now Yuri knows that an ace is not a part of this range for Ahmet. All aces present and accounted for, and yet Ahmet is betting as that pre-flop raiser, so we can comfortably flat here.
Yeah, you can flat here and know that he's almost certainly bluffing, or, you know, betting a draw.
Yeah, and that draw could very well be diamonds.
It could, but the king of diamonds, of course, is the best time for you to see. Your opponent's most likely to bet with the biggest of flush draws, so now, you know, realistically, they're repping a queen high draw and they bet the flop. Not impossible, but obviously less likely. Yuri's still going to feel pretty good about this.
I'll tell you what, though. Now, all of a sudden, we don't feel quite as good. Obviously, with a set of aces, we're always going to make the call. drawing live a bet of 4,000 into 5,700, though, does feel like, with all the information that we have, could very well be a flush.
Yeah, oh, yeah, we can certainly be behind here. But as you mentioned, not going just yet. I mean, all these kind of hands, if Ahmet's betting basically any hand with backdoors on the flop, he's likely to barrel this turn with some frequency. Although the exposed ace does mean Yuri's naturally weighted towards more flush draws when he calls the flop, less likely to have those top pair, stroke 2 pair type hands.
Now, Ahmet absolutely was bluffing with the 9s and the 8s on the turn, and here he has grown this pot to 13,700 per his own doing. It is difficult when facing this third check to abandon the investment, but Ahmet finds the discipline not to barrel again, although who knows how a set of aces reacts to a barrel on the end of size.
It was one he kind of has to give up, although against that type of hand, it's almost certainly going to work. But your opponent just gets to have a lot of flushes there as well, so I don't mind the bet on the turn, but following up with on the river there would have been a bit cavalier. Although, probably would have worked.
Yeah, as it were, oddly enough. But his holding also wasn't the sort of candidate to be doing that 8-8-9-9, one diamond.
Right.
Just doesn't inform us in a positive way.
A fun one nonetheless with the exposed ace. Here we go, Ollie. Just checking here. Yuri picked up third place for 120k in the 25k PLO event during the Triton stop here. The man obviously loves his 4 cards.
As most do, by the way. PLO isn't one of those kind of things that, oh, I play every now and again. Those that play at these sort of stakes in particular are playing because they absolutely love it. It is so addictive if you come from playing No Limit Hold'em and work your way into a PLO cash game, especially one in which the chips are a bit freewheeling. It gets into your blood, doesn't it? As Ace-Jack-3 has gotten into Ruslan for top set.
Oh, it's just into top set aces every hand.
Not a winning recipe. Although we do see check on the flop, and things continuing to evolve poorly for Ahmet.
Oh, he's going to take. Oh, no, he has checked. Okay. So I thought we might take the queen and get really frisky.
Two streets of checking back out of Ruslan, by the way, maybe especially with the backdoor diamonds and the Broadway connectivity showing up. James, we feel like charging the draws would have been a thought.
Yeah, I'm not 100% surprised with the check back on the flop, but typically you don't really want to slow play hands as weak as sets in this game. There are times you do. Certainly on the turn, okay, now you can be beaten by Queen 10, but when your opponent's checked twice, betting there, denying some diamonds. So, I mean, he had outs there. 10 would of course given him the Queen 9 straight. Don't want to get those hands for free roll. But obviously of the mindset that he's going to go trappy. Thinks this man, Ahmet, is one to fire out perhaps a few too many shells.
Not the case. Ahmet was disinterested from the get. Now Alatin. Ace Queen, 4 deuce, button limp.
Yeah, so obviously sticking to that limp strategy, completely coming in from the button with 1.
And balanced when doing so, which is the important thing if we are going to stick with a strategy of that nature, so as not to tip our hand. And in this one, it is top pair against second pair.
I wonder how bad Yuri's hand was in the small blind to fold for 100.
There are some bad assemblies of cards available, trips in particular, the one that always comes to mind.
And he gets top pair to fold on that flop as well without too much thought, kind of surprising. on a
Kimse oynamıyor.
king queen board, king jack 5 is obviously not great. There's not a lot of nut opportunity down the
Teke tek
streets.
mi?
But
Öyle olmaz ya.
Olur olur.
Canlı yayın yapmıyorlar ama orada.
I don't know that I'm entirely against, especially out of position in a small pot, James. Just having a strategic disposition whereby
Ama
we're
ben
not
oyun başında
looking
sana bir
for
şey dedim.
these sorts
Ona
of spots,
istinaden
which
ben
really
dedim ki bu kente gidiyor
start
herhalde.
murky and don't
Ona istinaden
clarify
böyle
themselves
falan
all
kente
that
gidiyor herhalde.
much.
Buna rağmen
there are like no gin cards for you.
Correct.
That hand.
öyle alışmışsınız ya.
And that's all right. Some players will have that
İnsanlara-
strategy. Sit in these games, they're probably
Ulan
looking
ne diyeyim ben sana?
to maybe play fewer starting hands,
Ya,
play big pots when they've got big hands, and stay out the way in the interim.
Well, as the first couple of orbits are taking shape here in this 100-200 pot limit Omaha game, we are baselining and starting to develop a sense of exactly who's doing what, but just because that's what they're up to in the first couple of orbits doesn't mean that once this session gets underway and perhaps the game opens up, as people like to say, not unlike a football match when the first goal is scored.
Lovely hand there.
Be the way it continues.
Queens with ace-3 suited. Lovely little spot pops it up. Quite disciplined fold from Ahmet in the blind there. 7-8-9 jack.
birazdan izleyebilir.
Doesn't want players mind out of position. Obviously, you've got to be slightly wary of those 3 cards, 1 gap. You kind of want the gap down the bottom end, not the top end. You're going to make the inferior straight a lot with
Yapıyor muydun canım?
that hand. Jack 10, sorry, Jack 10, 9, 7 is so much better but than the hand you had, the Jack 9, 8, 7. Alright, another really big hand, Palatine. This ace double queen 10. Double suited.
So now, multi-way affair. As the Jack 3 deuce does put the nut diamond draw in front of Alatin to go with the overpair.
Yeah, and wrapped around that Jack as well. The queen 10.
Couple of wheel draws elsewhere in the field.
I like this. Just you don't have to bet these spots for Alatin. A lot of good things happen if you check and a diamond comes. Someone makes an inferior flush, they might fold that flush on the flop. So checking keeps those hands in. And also, I'd say any high card gives him huge equity in terms of a wrap of sorts.
Yeah.
Gut shots. So I like that check.
The board pairing Jack, though, of course, a little bit risky, but Alatin comfortably deciding that nobody had a Jack. Barrels, takes
yeah,
it down.
He can be pretty confident no one's got a full house on that Jack because of the fact that check through on the flop. So
And 2
betting
pairs
there.
are so vulnerable that a lot of times they will look not to get cute, but just play their hands on a board texture such as that. Very straightforward.
Yeah, so he's even when called even he runs on a Jack, he's often live. But I really like the check on the flop. A lot of players will just make the assumption, well, I've got so much hand, I've got an overpair and I've got nut diamonds, I can basically put it in with that hand anyway. Just bet. But you do want to check those hands quite often, especially the more multi-way the pot, the more likely someone has inferior diamonds, the more likely you can cold duck them.
Alatin, by the way, reminding me of early years in my career playing cash games with people during the day who were businessmen and were tending to matters at the office while playing with us, phone always at the ear, at the ready.
Yeah, I like it. So much more casual than obviously so often we cover tournaments.
Sure. Hoodie up, glasses on,
Yeah.
headphones.
People
Not
committed
here.
to a day of poker or 3 days of poker, even this. It's like, well, I can step away for a minute if I need to take care of matters.
And these merit festivals truly are like poker summer camp and oh so popular and getting more so each and every successive occasion as we see top 2 pair on rainbow texture here for Ruslan in the big blind, involuntary developments.
Yeah.
Checked around. Now the 7 is highly coordinated. Diamond draws showing up.
Canlı yayında duyuluyor biliyorsun değil mi?
Not held by any of these 3 after the round of checks. 1900 in the middle.
Yeah, Daniel with a little decision here. Looks like he's leaning towards betting. Gut shot.
Söylemiştim bak.
Does have that overpair, so you got great equity in here against some 2 pairs. You might get some fold. Certainly some of the weak combos. Get called by worse. Former draws. Kind of mergy. Ruslan, no, wow. Is he just going to fold top 2? I wouldn't blame him. I mean, it's never an ideal situation when you're out of position.
Looking for a 9 or an 8 here is Ruslan instead. The king on the river fills in diamond draws, and Ruslan lacks even 1 diamond in his hand.
Yeah, it's quite a fun spot for Daniel, holding specifically the 10 of diamonds. Bet that turn. Block straights with that 10 of diamonds. You block a tiny amount of the flushes. So you do put your opponent maybe more on some of these kind of hands, the 2 pairs. Nice, 2600. Very hard for Ruslan to continue. Again, we're not privy as yet to any dynamics between these guys. But in a vacuum, I don't think we can really call here. Everything's now got there.
So nice from Daniel, as really the 2 queens improving a pip up to a pair of kings with a queen kicker. Not exactly the reason for the bet, much more so looking to shed a better hand, which didn't feel like it could have been that much better if it was, given the way that that one played out. And so nice timing.
Yeah, that 10 of diamonds is so crucial.
Now I really hope that Daniel is placing a call to Alatin now. Because that would just
Fluffed him. You'll go next.
Late start to this one too, local time. James, 11 and change. Perhaps some of the players enjoying some time with the family, putting them to bed, as the resort really does cater to the holiday makers who are out here as much as it does to even the highest level poker pros.
Yeah,
can all
fun.
get behind what's on offer.
It's funny because if you turned up here in the day and you saw there are people everywhere, obviously it's beautiful, it's August, it's summertime, people down by the beach, in the pools, in the sea, spas, everywhere. If you then turn up at midnight, you'd walk around the resort thinking, no one's staying here, but if you find yourself underground in any one of the number of casinos here, you'll realize the place is absolutely heaving.
Yeah, a frenzy of activity and a frenzy of 4s here for Alatin. Not the cards which drew his money forward under the gun. Those would be the jacks, but he'll take it. And those trip 4s are the best of what's around. But note that the small blind of Ruslan is going to ask a question here. 2 8s into the bin.
Yeah. Having a little stab at this one. Figures have the best hand a decent amount of the time and can certainly make some better fold. The gut shot, if called, kind of blocks houses, obviously holding that 5.
And a lot of the middling pairs that don't have interactivity in the form of a straight draw would also just abandon on this board texture, especially against small blind sort of kit.
Yeah,
As
I mean,
we see 5s and 4s turn into 6s and 5s.
If Alatin had, say, a king instead of a 4 with that hand, 2 jacks, he wouldn't enjoy calling the flop. Look at this, following it up with those 4-house blockers. Top 2 pair with the 3rd card paired in PLO is such a good bluff spot. exactly what he's going for here. But been called once more.
A very, very dry queen of clubs on the river.
All in.
Ah, he's gone for it. I love it.
Wow. The full 8,900, less than full pot, being shoved forward. And consider just how effective this line is, James, against Jack 4 on this board. The 6 in particular, filling in so many of those wraps.
Yeah. This is, like I say, just a great hand selection from Ruslan. Just blocks the full houses. Obviously, if your opponent's got Queen 4, good luck to them. They got you.
Sure.
Otherwise, you almost always win this pot. This wasn't just mindless. Like, he let out on the flop. The reason he continued was the 6 on the turn. If the turn had been a 10, pretty sure he would have shut down. But that was his great card. One of those cards, the 6, the 7, the 8, the 9 he was going for. Obviously, the 7 would have given him a straight, but nicely done. Can't fault the fold. Just well played hands all round.
And that really gives us a sense of what we're working with in that seat, James, in terms of Ruslan.
Yeah. Well, he just got bluffed himself, although he won't know it.
Yeah, but it was kind of understandable folding the
Yeah,
hand that he did in that spot.
Yeah, so I mean, he's played both sides of that coin well.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had to fold the 8-9, and really good to see him follow through with that bluff. It's always a bit nervy when you've got to fire the third shell. You know, Aladdin can just be sat there with the boat the whole time going, yep, you keep firing.
Beats you into the pot when you say all in, and all of a sudden the air is let out of your tires, so to speak.
Very busy poker room, Ali. I don't know if you had a time to swivel your head around on the way in. Main event going off. Cash games everywhere. You couldn't. It's hard to get back to where we are. You got to sort of squeeze between tables.
Well, as much as we are delighted to be bringing you coverage of these cash games, there is so much more that we're going to have on offer throughout the course of the remainder of this Merit Poker Retro Series. Today was a very busy one on the docket. We had the seniors and ladies events taking place, day 1C and day 1D at noon and 7 o'clock respectively, the latter of which was a turbo of the $3 million guarantee main event.
Yeah, they just doubled it since the last time.
Taking place. Yeah.
1.5 last time. Freeze through that win. All right, we'll make it 3.
You might be tempted to think that that's somehow arrogant or ambitious or cocky, but when you consider the truly snowball-like ascent in terms of the popularity of the product on offer here at Merit Poker and the word-of-mouth advertising for anybody who bothers to catch a flight and come down here, it's just the way in which we would expect things to take shape. Not a surprise to anybody here, even though it may come as a surprise to those who have yet to join us here, and we certainly encourage you to get yourself booked, if not to be a part of what's left in this particular series. Certainly the EPT going to be paying a visit down here.
Going to be monstrous.
They're going to blow the roof off of this resort when that happens. And from that point forward, it won't be quite the same Merit Poker in terms of a little world's, you know, smallest big poker room kind of thing. It's just going to be a big poker room.
Yeah. They're all going to know about it then. Huge flop for Livio here.
Yeah, turning our attention back to what is a three-way affair pre-nut flush draw and the ace-king for Livio.
Yeah, I'll open this one up on the button. Just has all of the hand. But obviously, want to start building the pot. And also, you're going to want to bluff there a lot. Haven't been the razor. Going to have the big pair combos, the high card combos. Yeah, that EPT is going to be kind of crazy. I heard stories that they're sort of buying up all the hotel rooms in the hotels near here as well, just to accommodate for how many players are going to want to come play that thing.
I mean, listen, it all began with the Merit Crystal Cove, the building in which we are housed here. After that, the Merit Royal
Evet, canlı yayın.
was developed. After that, the premium building, each one of them reflecting the growing demand. And then, most recently, the Merit Royal Diamond Tower. And even with all 4 of those buildings complete, the latter of which went up so quickly, by the way, James. I remember my first stop here to Merit inside of 2 years ago. It was just a dirt site.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, whoever it is that Merit hired to handle that construction, they would do very well anywhere else on Earth, because I don't think I've ever seen a project of this scale or this level of opulence come together in such short order.
There's no messing around here. When they decide they're going to do something, it just happens.
Absolutely. And I think that actually mirrors the philosophy of Miss Songul and her team here. When they get an idea in their heads and they think it's a good one, they don't sit on it. They absolutely execute, and they do so truly with a measure of care and professionalism that isn't lost on anybody who pays us a visit. And we say that not as employees or staff, but rather as people who have been around the world and who have seen what the differences are between an operation that is well run and player first versus those that maybe aren't. And so it's an authentic opinion rendered here by both James and I from the booth. As Rafael, some authenticity behind the $700 open. Ace, Jack, 10, 3. 3 Broadway cards, nut hearts.
Yeah, game's starting to maybe open up a little bit. These kind of hands. I like them. I'm for it. We'll just take it down pre-flop. Hand in a row, we've had a raise and take. I was just looking, Ali, over on Poker News at the updates for the main event. And I see Mustafa Biz has bagged a big stack in 1C for those who are watching the high roller. The other day, he got 3rd place in that. So he's straight back on the horse with a big stack.
These themes of players coming in and performing well early on in these series and then showing up with big stacks. You know, the name Edward Barsagian is one that comes to mind.
How come it's a Merit stop? I'm already getting ready for a 5th place finish.
Nicholas Schweedy, another one of these guys that has done well.
He was on the final the other day. Of course, for me, the star of the last time we were here, the one and only Ari Clipper.
How about him, huh? I ran into him over at dinner earlier tonight. He and his crew in place. Gabby Livshitz, also, who did tremendously this summer during the World Series of Poker main event. Logging some miles, making his way over here. It's terrific to see Merit regulars spreading their wings, going out elsewhere in the world, making their mark, and then coming back home and receiving praise for what they've accomplished.
All right, Daniel raising up ace, king, queen, 4 from the button. Seems reasonable. Very similar hand in the big.
Yep. Sharing the ace and the king, the more relevant part of the hand. But on this board texture, it is the side cards that become a bit more important. And for Alatin, the advantage with the pair of 5s, not that that's where his hopes after defending lie.
No, but enough, you think, to continue with backdoor spades and those 3 overcards with 2nd pair.
So this 700 is very much banking on the wheel draw with the ace-4 to be a road to victory, perhaps, as we see the 8 pair on the turn.
I've seen re-peeked at the cards. And checks over to Daniel. Kind of awkward here for Daniel. You can certainly be ahead and you can make some fold, but you just walk into an 8 a lot. Just going to give up.
Oh my. That 1800 I don't find to be a value bet with this ace-5. This is very much go away.
He just gets to have loads of 8s here.
Yeah.
Peel from the big, check call flop.
And he knows it.
And the beautiful thing, the way that board ran out is those 8s can value bet. So often in PLO, you get in a situation where you...
Oh, did he fan the cards and give a little glimpse over at the rest of the table?
He did flash them. But he flashed them in a way that if I was looking there, I would have thought I'd saw 5-9, 5-8 rather than 5-9.
Sure.
You know, I'd have been like, oh, he's just showing a boat.
Oh, it's good to see him having fun out there.
Tabii ya. Ondan sonra beni kimse güvenmez bana.
Zaten görecekler.
Neyi?
Kağıtları zaten görüyorlar.
Bunlar nerede görüyorlar?
Sonradan görecekler.
Görsün sonradan bana ne? Ne görsün?
Bu stratejisi ortaya çıkacak Alaaddin abi.
Şimdi beni öyle bilsinler.
Alatin has really emerged as a savvy participant here. And here he is with aces and 9s, with the diamonds.
Yeah, keeping it limpy.
Mm-hmm. And I think when you have the sort of discipline that we've seen from Alatin in terms of getting away from spots pre, as he folded limped kings,
Oh,
good ones at that, up against aces, and has shown post-flop aptitude as well, it's very okay to play the game in this way, and perhaps very profitable as well, as we see Rafael caught in the crossfire of a limp in between.
Yeah, this time really stepping out here with the 10-9-8-4 double, going after that limp of Alatin. Alatin just continuing to play it slow, doesn't want to advertise his hand now. Of course, those limpy races, early, so often they just look like aces.
Yeah, and it's very detrimental to give your opponent basically 2 of your cards, in particular when they're aces. As we see the check, Ruslan not following through into Alatin and very much presuming that diamonds are not a part of the checking back range, let alone aces from Alatin here, as he is nutted with 2,400 in the middle.
Yeah, I like this again. You're not too worried on a 7-deuce-3 ball when your man's raised out the big blind. He's not supposed to have any of that board. No. You could bet, but like the spot earlier, checking back with nut diamonds, allowing amazing things to happen is never a bad idea. Here he makes what looks like a reluctant call.
Yeah, right.
The body language. He's got his man drawing dead.
And now Ruslan does hit a touch of showdown value with the 10, but the story being told is very much not that of one pair, as he barrels again, this time 1,800 into 3,000, and I think once we sneeze for Alatin, this 10-9 will properly find its home in the muck.
This is just beautiful, like I say, how these things happen when you do check these hands back in PLO. He's made so much more money here than he would have done if he'd bet the flop.
Great point.
Obviously going to do a full-on acting job.
Sure. He's got a couple of thousand cut out. Oh, and look at it, just slides right back into place here.
The whole time, Ruslan's just, can we get this over with?
Yeah.
I know I've lost the hand.
Okay, construction complete now on the Tower of Black.
It's like the Merit Royal Diamond.
Yeah, rapidly came together. I would say the quality of the construction on the Royal Diamond is considerably better than that particular stack. Didn't seem to meet any of the...
Yeah, the pace is around the same.
Yeah.
Well, Ruslan just saving face at this point. Surely he's not going to try anything here. No diamond in hand.
Bluff.
I'm not sure there was a price that would have kept Ruslan interested.
Bluff.
Yes, he does fold.
I was going to show,
which one?
They always show the ace. Everyone knows he has to have at least the ace, but he can certainly have just the bare ace.
There it is.
It's a little suspicious when your man does check back the 2-diamond flop, and you know, a lot of the times they are going to bet the nut flush draws, so you're like, really? Did you check back nut diamonds? Obviously with aces and nut diamonds it makes sense. So much hand.
Ne güzel de vuruyor değil mi Alaaddin abi?
Sen ne diyorsun?
I'll tell you what, Alatin's got all the ingredients of a man that is going to get a lifetime invite to my cash game. I mean, he's playing well. It isn't that. It's just the way he carries himself out there that is incredibly...
Yeah, he's having some fun.
Consistent with, like, you know, what you want in a guy you're going to be playing with. Keeping it fun, keeping it interesting. Being a little creative. Not afraid to make somebody think, James.
No, he's the kind of guy I can imagine who's shown some bluffs in his time. Some cheeky
yeah.
little odds.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important, by the way, in Pot Limit Omaha to basically demonstrate that you're not just out here nut peddling, because there's going to be spots in which doing so will earn you action you might not otherwise be getting.
I'm just having a look towards the chat, Ollie.
Yeah.
And it seems it's all Team Alateam.
Why wouldn't it be? Yeah.
He's our man.
He's earned it, hasn't he? And obviously our thanks to those of you who are joining us on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, then click like, click subscribe. Help us continue to deliver the product to you free of charge, as charges from Ahmet's aces totaling $700 are put forward.
Yeah, Raphael coming on the button here with a speculative hand.
Very much so, the 7-5-4-3.
And Ruslan, kings and deuces in the small, electing just the flat as well.
Yeah, those kings are in a bad way against these aces.
Well, you know it.
Jack 7-7, and aces and kings have both been dethroned for the time being by these trip sevens of Raphael. Note, though, that Ahmet's aces do contain the nut flush draw as well.
Oh,
one that comes in on the turn in the worst form, as Ruslan has made kings full of sevens, and Ahmet has the nut flush.
Wow, wow, wow. Raphael's still sitting there with a 7, let's not forget. Electing just to snap check back the flop, trying to disguise the fact he has that 7 with such bad kickers. You know, you want to check back some 7s, makes sense to do it with the garbage ones. This checks through once again.
Now that is very surprising for me, James. It feels as though maybe that nut flush wants to bet, but look at Ruslan still going to extend some rope, and maybe he's targeting a 9-10 that got there.
So sure he's got the best hand now. Betting, praying for action. Raphael not enjoying life here with this 7. You know, the value bets can be as weak as some non-nut flushes at this point, but look at this. He's suspicious enough, he's going to put the call in it, and this trap is working perfectly for Ruslan.
Another $2,200, leaving him salivating right now with these kings full. Going to take another look. He knows what he's got.
Oh, you just got to check. Just make sure.
Yeah, we would hate to pot it and then get called and then turn up what we thought was kings full. Instead, it's king queen or something like that. So professional procedures there to verify, as in comes the raise to a declared 6,700.
Yeah, just bashing pot, and now Ahmet feels sick.
You know why, though, James? It's because we do see the pair on board. We're holding the nut flush. What on earth are you holding? Now, the 8 of diamonds becomes fairly relevant as played, because the 8-8 is blocked.
Yeah, that's an important one. I wanted to mention one of the houses that will check raise. You could imagine Jacks and Kings could play this way. You've also got to think about what Raphael's calling with in the middle. More likely than not, a worse flush.
Yeah, right, and that hand is
really
still
have
in there.
houses having check back flop and check back turn on the button. A nice fold.
Yeah, very much so. Giving proper credit to Ruslan for the full house as played. And
Raphael almost with it's hard to say if it's a better candidate, but it makes a little bit more sense in that you block some of those houses. But I think the houses that play this way are more likely to be the over ones.
Yeah.
The kings, the jacks, the 8s, rather than, you know, a 7 king probably doesn't play this way.
Right, because those hands have more vulnerability to them. This is a hand that was so comfortable on the turn that it would take this particular line.
Right, and so keen to try and get more money on the river. Bluffs in the higher houses.
No, by the way, that Raphael doesn't beat diamonds. Doesn't beat the straight, the 9-10.
It's weird. The diamonds are such a concern against the first bet. But now you're not playing against diamonds. Flush doesn't check raise here, so it's a boat or nothing. That's why having a 7 is typically a better scenario, but I don't think that really applies here.
But wouldn't this be such a particularly savage procedure from Ruslan to be taking?
Yeah, I mean, like I say,
if he couldn't beat trip 7s.
we saw him a minute ago with the 5-6 against Alateen. This would be the similar spot. If you had King Jack here, this is a dreamy spot to bluff someone. So you block those top houses. Amazing.
Oh, and Raphael does pay it off as Ruslan rewarded.
Amazing. Gets the 8, gets the nut flush to fold, and a hand as lowly as trips no kicker to call. Which is the complexity of this game and him being the third man. And he is kind of well, I say he's underrepped his hand. He's
Well, to that point, but then, you know, very much repped exactly the sort of kit that he produced on the end. But, you know, we do reserve the right to rep a hand that we can't produce at the river, and that is the nature of the bluffs in Pot Limit Omaha. And you targeted one in particular, which would make sense, the King Jack.
right, and we've already seen him do that. Obviously, just seeing that hand and how he got paid off, and the fact we saw Ruslan make the bluff early, he's clearly the player that's kind of capable of making those moves, and obviously does it at some frequency in this, which is clearly a regular game.
And given, you know, how long Raphael took to make the call, we know that the gears were turning in that fashion for him. When he clicks call there, it isn't as though he felt like trip 7s are going to beat the value range. This was a bluff catch.
Yeah, it's obviously a move he's seen before, been shown a bluff, or seen a bluff, so. Keeping his man honest. Great hand, great PLO hand that.
I suspect it's not going to be the last one that we feast our eyes on here in this 100-200 PLO cash game, a part of our series of coverage and streams that we're going to be bringing you from this Merit Retro series of several festivals that come your way annually. And Ahmed, Ace, King, Queen, 9, raising into this now 27K strong stack of Ruslan.
Yeah.
And with the 4-card rundown, he wants privacy.
Yeah, livening everything up, trying to take the hand heads up. Alateen has got a nut suit though, and he likes to play hands. He's not sure he wants to fold just yet. It's not the best combo, of course, with deuce 3 in your hand. Reluctant fold.
Whenever we do have those nut suits, obviously.
Now, given the stack depth here, you can go 2 ways with Ahmed's hand. Certainly 4-bet it. Whoa.
Just opens and then folds as Ruslan now beginning to flex his might here.
Wow.
And you're very surprised to see it.
Look, if you're up against a player who's just 3-betting aces and they just always have aces and you've seen that, then sure the ace, king, queen, 9 is not a great hand. Still just about good enough to call with, but certainly against a player like Ruslan, I thought he was going to get a lot of action there. If he's 3-betting 8, 9, 10 jack, he's going to be 3-betting a lot of hands. And ace, king, queen, 9 just performs really well against that sort of range. You can jam it in, you can call and take a flop. Good thing about calling as well is obviously all the high card flops are the ones the 3-better's going to attack that you get to have, and they're probably wary of the medium card flops that you then maybe get to bluff on. I'm very surprised to see a fold.
Well, having to play an inflated pot out of position at that stack depth maybe was a part of Ahmed's thoughts, and also against a competent Ruslan.
Yeah.
Now then, next hand, Daniel. Aces with Broadway danglers. No suits, though. Still raising it up to 600. Raphael with the kings and spades, flats, and somehow the other aces have paired elsewhere.
Ruslan's got very bad aces in the fact that there's no suit as well. Not, or at least not suited to the ace, as it were. Obviously, he's got 9 high hearts.
I love that this hand is one removed from the hand in which he actually ended up 3-betting, the Jack 10, 9, 8. But here, a flat caller, and we can understand why, as certain hand composition performs better than others in PLO. Meanwhile, Jack 9, 7 rainbow board. Daniel, with the gut shot straight draw and the aces of his own, pre-flop raiser, doesn't like the texture, checks. Raphael, gut shot straight draw and the overpair. ends up hitting queens and sevens on the turn. He too checked, and of course, Ruslan with his aces and the 9 dangler closed the action as 2100 is in the middle here.
Yeah, I like this as played so far from everybody. I was going to say, just stretch Raphael can bet turn. I don't think he really needs to. Like, queens and sevens can be good. You know, are good at high enough frequency, and you get rivers like that. Wow, Daniel's deciding to have a stab at this, trying to make some weak 2 pairs fold on the end, holding that 10, but it doesn't tell the greatest story when he's raised pre and checked twice. I think this, and especially when Raphael shoes, when you've got the 2 kings, you're blocking the top straight. Although again, that probably bets turn, but it may have slipped in some check raises. I think this is going to get looked up, and it should do with that hand.
Yeah, specifically holding the 2 kings, we are less concerned about being shown a straight, and once we're shown aces, we are relieved as the queens and sevens get furnished. Now, obviously the way to spice things up in the game would be to show the 2 kings and then leave the aces thinking that they were good, and then, oh, wait a minute, what's this here?
Well,
2 pair, queens and sevens.
He did by accident. I think he just picked up the first 2 cards, and they happened to be the kings. Then did show the queen 7. I think when you bet there and get called, you know you're beat.
Yeah,
But
more often than not.
I'm kind of surprised he went for the bluff on the end. I think I wouldn't hate a bluff on the turn.
It just felt like a
Ace,
hand that
10.
would have wanted to get itself to showdown as played, more so than fire full pot on the end, and we can see the ineffectiveness of even full pot against queens and sevens.
I mean, I'm sitting here saying that, but if your opponent has 7-6 there, they're probably not going to call the bottom 2, so you do make some hands fold. A couple of curious hands this last orbit. That's why I love these PLO cash games. So much non-standard stuff you see. I mean, it's good if you're watching, and there's a reasonable chance a lot of people watching are never going to be sat in this 100, 200 game at Merit, but there are principles you can take from watching these games that you can take to your regular game. See how players approach certain situations. And what sort of bets work, what sort of bluffs work.
Yeah.
Because the game is still the game.
Yeah. And for those that maybe think that because we're playing 100, 200, as we see the heads-up collision between shared sevens, Daniel improving to jacks. Ahmed does connect with the 6, which becomes relevant once the 8 rolls off.
Yeah, you certainly could have bet the flop there with the 6, the 7-8 going higher and backdoor diamonds. Elected to check and picked
Counterfeited.
up 2 here, yeah.
Or the 8s and 6s here.
Again, I'm a little bit more inclined to check back the turn the way he's played it, and then you get the bad news that he's got outdrawn in the end.
Yeah. To finish the point, though, you know, you said the game is still the game, and a lot of times there are presumptions that when we see big cash games in the room, that this has got to be ultra sharky and ultra, you know, precision craft kit on offer, but it's really not the case. And I remember once talking with somebody who was very experienced, had been around the local card room that I had cut my teeth in, and he said the best game in the room in terms of action is generally the biggest game in the room. And it feels weird to say it, but it has proven true over the course of my career. And I think a lot of times kind of observing how people deal with an action game and finding the spots to bluff, finding the spots to maybe, you know, stay out of the way. It really helps us no matter what limit we're playing.
Ruslan, the man who's taken this game, I'd say so far.
Still early, obviously.
Very early.
Players have discussed the idea that I think we've got a 6-hour session forthcoming.
Oh, they're going to play. They didn't come dressed like that to play for 2 hours, are they?
Now, one could find themselves undressed like that after several hours, obviously.
I think Ahmed's ready to go all night and then go straight to the beach.
Oh,
As soon
yeah.
as the sun rises. Oh, he's raised it up from the big blind. against the limps. Cleared out the field
Yine
bar
ikimiz
Alatin.
kaldık.
And dominating the
Yeah,
Bu
spades.
sefer ödeşelim.
great scenario.
Ha, evet diyorsun ha.
Nasıl ödeşeceksiniz?
Yani o alacak.
And these double
Ahmet
suited
mi?
hands,
Benden
especially when you've got
bahsediyorsun hani.
Yok senden bak.
one of your suits being as lowly as 6-eye, do fare better in heads-up pots, of course. You want your flushes to be live. Of course, the nut flush, always going to be live.
Aces and sixes for Ahmet.
Yeah. It's got all of this board.
Just the 3 dangler for Alatin.
Yeah, no backdoors. And especially on an A-side board, you get very worried because your opponent has raised the big blind. They just do have a lot of ace exits. And then if you call here and catch a 2-pair, you never know if you're good.
I'll tell you what I just saw there, in terms of Alatin reaching for a stack of black, cutting 5 and then 10 chips, which would constitute a call, keeping an eye on the opposition the entire time, and then another 5 and another 5 constituting a min-raise. This is
Hadi
sort of
açmayın da
classic
az çek vardı.
cash game procedures here from a real
Az çek
veteran.
vardı ya.
Gelmedim. Gelmiş gibi yap.
Yeah,
Sinek mi vardı sende?
there's a lot to be said for that.
Sinek rengi atacağım. Niye atayım?
Ben sineğin vardır ve atarsın diye. Demek ki bunu
Ha, sineği atardım. Bir daha patlat.
çekersin diye.
Bir daha patlatırdım.
Ben çok kalabalık olsaydı çekerdim. Bir dakika sefere çekeyim istiyor musun?
I suspect that at some point we're also going to see some speech play out of that seat. James, big decision. Maybe he's the better, somebody tanking. He starts chirping. Maybe the big call is on him, and he's got to look over and maybe engage.
Yeah, it's a shame that, let me see, not understanding the table talk, because that's what's always so fun in these cash games.
He?
Nasıl ödeşmeyi düşünüyordunuz? Parayı renge çeker atmadıktan sonra.
Ya, bir de alırsam
The banter, the shit talking,
alabilirdim. Almak istemedim.
the storytelling.
Yok ayıp olur. Sen olsaydın atardım. Senin peşindeyim onu almayana kadar.
So it'll be Liviu with the Jack 10 8-4, picking up defense from the big blind of Rafael, and that defense does yield an open ender to Rafael. Call it a 2-way straight draw given the 7-9. Or no, forgive me. Open ender, as we were.
Yeah,
Liviu.
open ender, and you'd have the improvers as well if you hit the top end, which is always nice. Found that 8, you'd have it going all the way up.
Check back from the pre-flop aggressor, and the ace of diamonds presenting itself. A second check out of the big, and with the pair of 4s and now Broadway gutter
Yeah.
and jack high diamond draw, ability to rep an ace X as played very credibly, all coming together.
Yeah, certainly the raises card that. And with that particular combo, certain bet. A hand so weak, but yeah, with so much possibility.
Yeah.
Make plenty better fold. Got all the equity against hands that are cool.
Burada Hüseyin abinin güzel bir cevabı olması lazım. Vuruyorum.
Beautiful scene here at Merit. The stage is something else for those who haven't been in this room.
Gördükten sonra olduğu için oldu. Biliyorum ya. Niye görmedim?
Really dominates the room as you walk down the stairs into the hallway here.
Yeah, first thing you see.
You do. It just pops into view.
It
Of
actually
course.
pops into your mind, too, that sense that, like, well, if things go right for me,
Right.
that's the target. That's where I'm
Yeah.
going to end up.
Well, it's like I was discussing, you know, with you earlier. It was nice watching one of the final tables the other day, going out into the poker buffet area. Everyone in there glued to the screens.
Yeah.
Everyone in there. And we had Georgi, who was on the final, and he just busted out, and he was still in on the stream, and he was watching it. All his friends are watching. They're all cheering and watching their hands. Oh, he did that. He did this, and it just creates a real big buzz.
Yeah. And it's a nice energy to be around, as, you know, oftentimes you've been playing the game long enough, you think you've seen and done it all, you think there's a lot of apathy, but not here.
All right, here we go. We got a hand. Ahmet 3-betting button with the ace is Yuri.
You always raise.
He's got pretty sure he's got a pretty good hand. Whatever that other card is, it's
How much?
going to be good to continue with, one would imagine.
And Yuri's been largely quiet thus far.
Yeah, he seems like a pretty solid
You
player to
always
me.
call.
Not always.
Almost.
So
Covering stack of Yuri does call.
I'm going to go on a limb and say fourth card is either a heart of any size or something quite big.
Broadway card,
Well,
10 or
yeah,
an ace.
that'd be amazing if it was that. But
Maybe even the 9.
a
from
9
time
or
to
8
time.
would certainly be very good.
Could
Wow.
be a pairing card as well, as it's a double pairing
right.
flop for him.
It could definitely be that as well. I hadn't thought about that.
At a minimum, it's top 2. Perhaps some
Yeah.
straight draw, a part of the kit, maybe even a set. As we see the
not-
Broadway gutty and the overpair.
It's not the greatest flop for Armor in the fact that obviously Yuri's range is going to be quite a lot of this board. But that all said, he's got the ace of diamonds. He can bluff out some weaker diamonds. He's also got a gut shot. He kind of blocks those wraps as well. Some good things can happen here when you bet. Obviously, hate it if you get raised. But if you get called, you can see here he's still got reasonable equity. But he is going to get check raised, which is never nice. Especially now all those things work against you. You're probably not up against the wrap, given you've got ace-queen in your hand. It's weighted more towards hands. And of course, having the ace of diamonds, you can't give your opponent that nut flush for either.
Do you think this is more than just kings and jacks, as the raise does put aces into the muck?
Yeah, I mean, king jacks is always raising here. There could be a stronger hand, of course. Maybe a strong hand, mate. There are some slow plays even. But given the stack depth, it's annoying for Ahmet because obviously he does have equity there. He does have future playability with ace of diamonds, but you do just have to bet that flop as the pre-flop raiser.
And I assume have to fold as well once we get check raised.
Yeah, it's the worst hand to call with aces with a queen, blocking those straight draws and the ace of diamonds. Now, if we're super deep, now we can start to speculate and call, try and hit that Broadway, but also use that ace of diamonds for nefarious purposes.
Oyun böyle işte. 2 kart gelir. Böyle oyuncular dili çözülür.
I have to confess, Ali, most of my PLO comes in like super deep games. Not super stakes games, not as big as 100, 200. Generally playing a pretty small game, a 2-5 game. But it just plays super deep.
I was just going to say, there's many times that you hear, oh, I'm just playing 2-5 pot limit Omaha. Once the straddle, double straddle stuff starts going, the blind, pot.
Yeah. Well, actually, I tend to play a game where one of my favorite games I play is 2-5 with no straddles allowed. But it's everyone is in there with, a few thousand, and suddenly you get some really intricate spots.
Oh, yeah.
And it just allows for a lot of opening, a lot of peeling, a lot of 3-betting before the flop, going multi-way.
And a lot of deep stacks by the time you get deep into the session.
Yeah, and you get to the turn and river a lot, but still a lot over pot behind in these really complicated spots. So, wow, that's a flop for Liviu.
Yeah, it sure is. Blocking his own straight flush, of course, but the wrap and spade draw for the big blind defender against better spades, which is a bit catastrophic. Pair of 4s for Daniel. Actually, the better holding.
Yeah, right on the line there for him,
Oh.
whether to bet or to check back with that bottom pair. Does have a lot of hand, can make a lot of good hands on the turn. And these situations come up again. I sound like a broken record, but checking back sometimes you allow these weaker flush draws to come in, and now he's dealt himself into a great spot.
Note that Liviu not just jumping out of his skin with an 8 high flush, as somehow with 7 spades accounted for, one of the remaining 6 works its way to the turn. Note the sizing here. 600 into 1300, sub half pot.
Yeah, you're betting into a range that just has a hell of a lot of check folds. So, small seems fine. You also, you're kind of encouraging some of those 2-pair hands to call. Make sure flush never folds, that's what he's done. And the river has paired the board, Ali, but it's paired a board with a card that he has. And the 2-pair combos that do call the turn are probably less likely to be the ones that could afford. You're looking more at the queen jack type hands.
Yep. Maybe some incidental jack 6.
So nice. I'm glad to see him still go for some value here. Half pot looks like.
Yeah, specifically holding the 4 of diamonds, we feel a bit cozier with a king high flush than we might otherwise. And conversely, for Liviu facing now the turn and the river barrel, despite the board development, does the 8 high flush start to feel weaker? Now the fact that we have 3 spades, James, actually is kind of in service of a fold.
Anytime you've got 3 spades, obviously you reduce the chance of your opponent having the flush. The more spades you have in your hand, the more blockers you have to the hand. He's just sitting here thinking, right, what flushes does Daniel have that he wants to bet river with that he's checked flop with? There aren't too many. How many houses can he have? Nice fold. Nice fold indeed.
That's a guy who understands where he's at for Liviu there against
it wasn't
Daniel.
It wasn't
1 round straddle.
an easy fold, I don't think.
Just for little action.
But like you talked about, the more spades we have in our hand, the more blocker effects said spades have, and if we begin to remove the flushes from our opponent's range and the board pairs, and remember, no bet on the flop.
Yeah.
Bet on the turn, bet again on the river. In spite of that development, we start to question. It could be air, it could be a bluff, but then we look over and we say, if it isn't, then chances are some better spades, obviously, but also the boats.
Yeah, the weird thing is it's not often a house either, because he's checked back flop and then bet turn when the spade comes in. It doesn't make sense for him to have sets there, really. He's probably going to bet the flop or check turn. One of the, probably both those scenarios. So you're kind of looking at just the flushes that value bet, and he made a good fold. Maybe the sizing. It's too milky. Yuri was angling for some straddles here. I missed if he actually got it on, but he was asking for a round of straddles. He's going to kick it off with the straddles. We'll see if it peels around the table as Rafael looks down at aces with a nut suit. A couple of baby cards in there.
Customers for those aces. Yes, this thus far delightful 100-200 pot limit Omaha game rolls on here, James. Certainly a nice kickoff for yours truly, having arrived earlier today on a plane from London, where spent the better part of the last 2.5, 3 weeks, let's call it, with yourself out there serving as producer on the Triton Super High Roller Series, a prestigious poker tournament that doesn't fail to come and pay a visit to Merit Poker each and every year, which is obviously high praise for what's on offer. Place faith and trust in the staff here to deliver high quality to guests, whether they be their own or others.
Yeah, magnificent place.
World Series of Poker.
Saying it to come and play.
Yeah, oh yeah. World Series of Poker circuit event also on the back end of that Triton Super High Roller Series.
And you had a Triton winner.
We sure did.
Tobias Schwett. He was battling away in the Triton streets.
Who, by the way, I rode with from London down here as he was making his way to Cyprus. So we'll see where his head pops up.
Oh, he's in the mix, is he?
Very much so.
Wow, here we go. Yuri got to put the straddle on. Comes up with a 3-bet with a very nice looking ace, queen, jack, 10.
I believe it was Daniel Rezai who he made the trip with out this way.
Okay. I didn't see him. Daniel Rezai, that is. Daniel in the straddle. 3, 4, 5, 7. Just plays so poorly against this 3-bet. Those double suited hands, it's painful to fold. Liviu. Got a nut suit, but it's a pretty bad hand of the ones you're going to open with, and it does fold, but you just see he's folding there with, 50% equity. It just feels grim. I can't fault the ace king 7-4 fold. It's just got so much stretch on it, that hand. It's very difficult to play post flop.
Yeah, a little bit too much stretch for his taste, as it were. And credit to Yuri for recognizing that the Ace-Queen Jack-10 does rate to perform well against, in particular, a straddled pot button opener. Might be looking up at what he perceives to be plenty of dead money.
You know, some series out there in London, we would try it in and World Series together.
Yeah, yeah. Our cup runneth over for sure.
A lot of poker. But actually, I saw you had KT heads up in that as well, right? So you had two Triton players playing heads up.
By the way, tremendous comeback by Tobias Schwecht against Kanapong Tanaratakul heads up in that main event over at the World Series of Poker circuit.
Saw my boy Toby Lewis on the farm table again. His first event since playing the World Series main.
Yeah. Making the kingdom proud. Native Brit playing on home soil. Now limp.
Mormon was deep as well. The player came over.
Well, forgive me here. This is under the gun 1200, and yes, Chris Moorman did.
Yes, this is the so he's just popped it up from the straddle. So it's forward around to Daniel, who's completed from the big play against
all right.
the
So
straddle.
it was a limp into the straddle, which was under the gun. Now Ahmet wagging a finger at that, but unsuccessfully.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad hand, but against the limp from the straddle, you're kind of going to apply a lot of pressure.
10-8-4 rainbow as Daniel pips forward from 7s to 8s with an ace kicker, checks with flow. Gut shot straight draws for Ahmet. 9 or a 6 would do the trick.
Yeah, that sounds still pretty bad though, so I think you just want to bet and win a lot. But he does go for the check back. And that's a much better turn card for his range, and in this situation does pick up a third gut shot, but also has the ace of spades. So you could bet here and bet rivers on spades. Win at high frequency.
2.2.
Note that the king did deliver the third gut shot to the equation for Ahmet, and that was enough to fire and take it.
Руслан. Попросили, ну, если во время раздачи по-русски не говорить.
Well, this is what's coming up in the store, Ali, the Merit Poker 2023 Series Canada. It is packed. Of course, we're here in August for this, the Retro Series. But the big one is the one that you see there in October, the EPT. Gonna be monstrous. Gonna be perhaps, Ali, as we said before, the tournament that may change this place a little bit.
Yeah, it's, I don't want to say a best kept secret because it seems less and less secret each time I come out and then go elsewhere and people ask about it. Hey, I saw you over there doing the Merit Poker streams, saw you posting content from over there. What's it like? And each and every time I say, what's it like? Well, it's a difficult place to leave, weighing less than you did when you arrived, given the delightful amount of delicious food options, but also a delightful amount of poker on offer as well. And their calendar is just jam-packed. Almost no months in which you can fail to come down and be a part of a festival, right?
Look at that. Yeah, I'm looking forward as well, of course, to November to the Gangster Series. I'm like the Retro Series. I wasn't quite sure what I was going to pack in the suitcase.
Right.
Kind of I wasn't sure which retro we're going with, whether we're going. The theme seems to be early 60s, late 50s, but I wasn't sure. Gangster, I'm looking forward to going all out. I'm going to put you to shame, Ollie.
I think we should be packing some costumes here.
I mean, all the stuff on the floor, the dealers here, the outfits are amazing.
I mean, really, credit to the whole staff over here for coming up with these themes and then really leaning into them, too. And it's so cool because when was the last time you went into a poker room? Maybe on a Sunday you'll see football jerseys, American football jerseys on dealers in some poker rooms in the U.S. I'm sure some rooms may or may not allow for a football shirt you know, British soccer rather type of
Just
shirt
like
over the
football,
weekend.
you know,
but
the international game.
yeah, the real football. I
Yeah.
get it, but
One when you play with your
so
feet.
cool, so fun. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense, doesn't it?
It was actually nice during these series. The dealer stuff, the break room, as it were, takes over. I think it's the Scala bar. I think it's called, the one just outside by the sea here from the Crystal. As you walk at the back, so they take over that room. So they're coming and going just back and forth from there. And I noticed earlier that multiple times I walk past, you see the girls all stood there, like getting their pictures taken together, posing in their outfits.
They really do.
I've also spied a couple of shirts hanging backstage here, though. I was thinking about stealing one of them. Some of the guys have left their kit back here.
As long as they're shirts, not dresses, James, questions won't be asked.
You know, it's a modern world.
Questions being asked here by Yuri as he makes it 1,400. But nobody ready to answer the call or make the call, for that matter. You know, by the way, the extra touch in terms of hairstyle as well. I mean, all I's dotted, all T's crossed, and that goes beyond the borders of simply the theme and the dress. It really exemplifies the way in which the staff over here leave everybody who pays a visit feeling like they are valued, feeling like they are appreciated, and feeling like they are absolutely want to come back and feel what you feel when you play poker in this particular room, James. It stands and sets itself apart from the experience and the anonymity, I think, that most poker rooms, certainly of this scale, afford you when out there playing a big tournament series anywhere else on Earth.
1-4.
So the straddle staying on, and Yuri staying at it.
Yeah, you were the man who campaigned for it, and he's certainly done the best out of it so far. I want to give him a spin.
Sen de başladın herhal vurmaya. Biraz çıktı gibi.
Bir tane el alamadım ben. Birinde sen işte ona son kartta. Birinde bu şey vurdu. Her
Huzurlusun değil mi? Huzurlusun.
The Tower of Alateen. Quiet since the start. Putting his straddle in. Strike me as a man who's going to be scared to straddle. Lovely looking hand for Daniel. Queen, Queen, Jack 10. Rundown kicker is always good. Some great things can happen with these kind of hands.
şöyle biraz eğiyorum ama yine de tamam. Dikkat ederim.
Alateen with a 9-7-6-3 with a suit. There was a 3 exposed.
Ettikten sonra umurumda mı? Bana ne?
So you're not going to give this up.
Yeah, the 3 not really the reasoning behind.
Right.
Belki
I mean,
iyi
at
etkiledi.
PLO, you're just going to take things on. It does see the 3.
Yeah,
Yanlış
it
görüyorum
becomes relevant.
Büyük ihtimalle yanlış görüyorum.
This one, though, of course, just
O anlık.
mashes the pre-flop raises range far more. And in this case, we can see he's got the Queen Jack 10 draw, so should be a pretty easy bet for him. Certainly make some better hands fold, and you can make a lot of better hands call and then outdraw them.
Yeah, this is everything to do with the Broadway wrap and little to nothing to do with the 2 queens.
Yeah, I kind of like this. He's gone pretty small. Actually keeps in a lot of hands that are then going to be in a really tough position later down the streets. Maybe just, you know, recognizing as well Alateen having peeled from the straddle is going to have a really wide range. Wow, look at this. Surely not. He's reached for chips, but you clocked him early doing this,
I did.
Looking at his opponent, trying to get reads. Same again here, does let it go. Look at that packed room behind. That's all cash games.
I heard a stat the other night about 32 cash games going around the horn.
Wow.
Ateşleyeyim ben ya.
Into the wee hours here. The later the guys are out here playing cash games, the more available cabanas down by the sea for you and I earlier in the day tomorrow.
There we go.
I'd imagine they will be hibernating,
I'll be there.
looking to replenish their fuel tanks to come out and do it again
Of course,
tomorrow night.
since you and I were last here, the third pier outside the road is now fully complete and operational.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I still, you know, I've deferred to my favorite
Yeah.
spot on my little, not on what is now the middle pier. I got my spot. Stroll down into the sea from there. The diving platform, I'm afraid to say, is now out of commission completely.
What?
Which I know was the jewel in
They've
the crown for
removed
you.
it. Oh, no. Wonder why that is. I'm scared to wonder why that is,
I was going to
actually.
say, I don't know how many people have to get hurt for it.
Oh, Daniel looking to inflict a little pain with the double-suited Queen 9-5-4.
Well, if you're going to go for more pain, as Ali is on Mosquito Watch already, it looks like.
Yeah, I did see something buzzing about in here. And the sleeves are short. But the kit is not, as Ace-Ace-5-3 becomes the patron for Liviu. This is
going to be a fun one. So Daniel's peeled with not a great hand, albeit double-suited, but because he's pretty sure his opponent's going to have a hand like aces, thinks he can put a lot of pressure on him post-flop and gets that kind of flop where he finds a queen on a coordinated Broadway board and has 5 high spades. Very hard for Liviu to win this pot now. One of the worst boards you can see. 2 Broadway cards, none of his suit. The only real working card being, of course, that 3. But pretty irrelevant. Look at that stare down from Daniel.
Mm-hmm. Intense.
Ooh, hello. Whoa.
That feels very close to full pot.
It
That's
is.
4 into 42.
I'm kind of surprised because they've both got 3 times pot back here. This is pretty ballsy. Now Daniel suddenly is panicking. He's like, hang on a second.
It could be aces with ace of spades.
Could easily be ace with ace of spades. Could be some kind of rundown hand with big cards with spades. All these hands have Daniel in terrible shape. Wow, he may. There's me saying Liviu's going to find it hard to win this pot. But now it's Daniel's hand that's really shrinked.
Well, let's go from Liviu being hard for him to win the pot. It is hard for Daniel to play the pot now.
He just can't. It's because of the stack depths as well. It's like Liviu's betting for. It just doesn't look like he's ever going to fold for 8 more.
Yeah.
We can see he'd be folding. But you just don't think your opponent's ever folding, and the range of hands that want to go on this board just have that particular combo in bad shape, even though we can see 6-7% with the pair plus flush draw.
This very much does feel like not a decision for 4,000, but for the full 12, which is a covering stack by 1,000 for Daniel. So his whole 11,000 is really what's hanging.
Yeah, you've just been handcuffed here. Credit to Liviu for doing this, just firing full pot rather than checking and then having to see if your opponent checks back. And obviously, Daniel's going to have a lot of hands that just fold instantly to that bet, and you're just trying to take the pot down with the aces, nice and easy. A lot of the time, you're going to check those hands, check back. Now the water gets a little murky on some turns. It'd be a more standard way of playing it, but he just said no.
That was a really cool line, James, to take.
It looks great because of the hand he's up against, right? Well, we make a pair and a flush draw fold. It looks really cool. Obviously, a lot of the time, opponents just got 5, 6, 7, 8 and kicks in the muck and was never going to put chips in the pot anyway.
Well, listen, a pair and a flush draw on down, which comprises far more of the hand composition than all the rest that could be available, can find the muck. And the bet is useful. Because it also very much informs us as to the range we're up against if Daniel does make the call and the aces can suddenly feel the appropriate amount of vulnerability that they had. In fact, even an ace on the turn, non-spade, isn't the greatest card to see without the board being paired.
No, although obviously at that stack depth it would have been a foregone conclusion. But
it
you're
goes
right,
if you want to. But.
Pardon.
Just because of those king-jack combos. Now then, turning our attention to the current pot in play, it is Ahmed. +1, starting the party. Gets himself 4 friends. Ace, king, queen, flop. And just get a look at all of the Broadway kit spread out in this field. Top 2 for Alatin.
We can see 3 of the jacks and 2 of the 10s out as well, blocking the nuts on this board. And typically the hand like Ruslan's, obviously we don't know what the card is, but when you've got the pair like this, the jacks or the 10s, they do work so well as bluffs. Olivia, so the 10. Thinking about it, he has obviously some more playability if he were to bluff here if we got backdoor diamonds. Well, there is the jack on the turn. So we've got 2 players with the nuts, 1 player with a set.
What a remarkable card that is. Note that, by the way, the set of jacks, if any of these flop cards pair, can't win.
Toast.
It has to be the 4th jack specifically to bail out the set. And, of course, the Broadway is very much face up right now. Nobody with the heart draw.
Yeah, it's crazy that that card's rolled off.
Now, Ahmed, pot opener here.
Pot opener.
King of Hearts also very relevant.
Yeah, it's a nice card to have. He's kind of
2.5.
What does he come with? 2,500?
Kind of, I think in these multi-way pots, when you're basically saying I've got the nuts, and there's a draw on board like the flush draw here, just betting pots usually better, but it's nitpicking. Going to make it slightly more attractive, I suppose, for some sets to call. It's never a bad thing as long as you're going to fold the river. So Ahmed's bet. Liviu's obviously cool with the same hand, and exactly what you said, obviously he's wary of the same hand with hearts. You can't really raise here, because if Ahmed just puts it in and has a free roll, he's offering up his stack. Alatin's going to call with top 2 pair.
Seldom is he drawing dead.
Yeah, he knows he's got the best boat draw. And Livia's also, by just calling rather than raising, obviously he's denying the opportunity for Ahmed to potentially have a free roll against him, but also...
Oh, and now the backdoor hearts show up. Finish the point though, James.
I was going to say, if it had gone heads up and then the river does pair, he can now turn his hand into a bluff and bluff the chops off by repping those 4 houses.
Right, so something not available to us if we make the raise on the turn quite as much. So then an action freezing card here on the river, one would imagine?
Yeah.
But you would have preferred the bet from Ahmed on the strength of the King of Hearts.
He could go for it. It's a little scary when you've been called twice and there's going to be some queen heart combos, you know, the ace queen with queen high hearts, the set of queens with queen high hearts. There are some flushes out here. So I don't hate the give up. Not the give up with the, just trying to get to showdown.
It's the fact that Alatin joined,
yeah,
I think in particular, that left him feeling as though that's a customer I'm not going to be able to get off of hearts with Broadway. So it will be chopped up by Ahmed and Liviu.
He's sort of saying I was so close to having the king high flush here.
Well,
but yes, it's a fun one. If you're ever in a spot in PLO where you're pretty sure your opponent's got the nut straight, you've got the nut straight as well, you don't have a redraw. You can almost create a fake redraw by coming with that move.
Well, we are going to draw David Lappin back into the booth here, James, and what a note on which for him to join the party. He was here observing that pot as well, and I will hand you off to him to take you forward for the better part of an hour and change, I'd say, and then we'll be back with you, David and I, to bring it home here in this 100-200 Pot Limit Omaha cash game stream.
All right, then. We are back underway in this game. I'm getting funny looks from David. David, welcome.
I tried to trick you there.
You did. You tried to catch me out as if I wouldn't mute my mic when I'm saying all those nasty things about Ali. Come on. Welcome back. We are playing some PLO. We're playing some big PLO, 100, 200. You walked in on a kind of fun one there.
I certainly did. And I've been tuning in, actually. I've been in and out of the stream for the last hour and a half. Really enjoying your commentary, really enjoying the standard of play as well.
Yeah. And that was actually a rare pot for us in the fact that it was 5-way, which is typically how you see a lot of PLO games going. This game may be loosening up a little bit, so players get more comfortable. A lot of heads-up pots.
Is this a game that would normally be dealt in the room, or are these guys playing maybe one stake higher than the regular game?
I think during the series, this sort of game runs all the time. I think outside of the festivals, it tends to sort of cap out about 25-50, I understand. But yeah, good day. Dave was out on the beach.
Very pleasant day.
How's the sunburn?
I hope I didn't get burnt again. And I hope Daniel doesn't get burnt here.
Wow. Yeah. And he just got in a tricky spot against Liviu 2-3 hands ago, and here we go. Second pair and queen high diamonds. Liviu with the nuts and the king high diamond blocker.
Yeah, no reason not to pursue value here. It's always a case that when you do have a vulnerable nuts on the flop, you're sort of maybe sometimes wary of shoveling chips into the pot. This seems like a great spot to...
Yeah, he's gone...
Quite small.
He's gone super small against obviously a big blind defend. You're up against a really wide range and you have just massive range advantage on that particular flop. So going small, but I'd still go slightly larger myself, just on any ball with a flush draw. I think like the ace, queen, 10 rainbows are the ones that you can attack. I guess maybe with the king of diamonds he decides to bluff out some weak flushes later on anyway. Now of course that jack counterfeiting the straight somewhat. Daniel not going to put another chip in with just the queen high flush draw. The number 2. JSK was asking, is that Ali Najad in the booth? It was. He's just departed. Gone off for a little break.
This is Ali Najad doing an Irish accent now.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now, I was speculating at the top of the stream, but maybe Ahmet there has picked up a leftover shirt from Dara. Does that look familiar? Have you seen that one in the collection?
What's that one out there? Some wild shirts about.
It's great, that one.
It's kind of a thing now. Like, obviously, it's Dara's thing, but it is a thing generally. People are getting a little more Hawaiian, or I don't know what they're getting. Flamboyant, anyway.
We saw a big spate of it in the Triton streets. The guys getting the ridiculous Versace shirts on. Getting more and more over the top.
Yeah, almost trying to one-up each other at this point.
Yeah, it's fun. Alatine.
I like the hoodie. That's my sort of comfort. Maybe a hoodie. Oh, maybe a shirt for a final table and a feature table.
So Alatine just letting this open. This has been prone to do. Plays a very cautious pre-flop strategy, very passive pre-flop strategy, and then looks to make his moves post-flop. Liviu again, finding a piece of this. Second pair, gut shot.
Yeah, probably a checkable one, I would have thought, but you never know. Might try to keep the betting lead here, yeah. He's drawing to the nuts, I suppose.
Yeah, it's going to set a price here. Bet 800, you kind of win the pot sometimes just quite a lot. Obviously not really going to make much better folders. Maybe the odd occasion. But he just does set his price to try and make the nuts. And catch 2 pair. Just finds the offsuit 5, or find that.
Well, that'll work. Interesting to see if he goes big here, because of course there'll be a lot of 10x in Alatine's range here. He'll have that kind of rappy stuff in his flatting range in the cutoff here.
Yeah, certainly can.
Maybe a pair to go with.
Once again, Alatin going straight for chips. See if he glances at Liviu, trying to pick up any kind of read.
Yeah, I spotted the first time that this was not a commitment to put chips in, that
Right.
it was very studied and sort of just maybe a tell getter. I did tune into that particular passage of play earlier, and it was a good spot by you.
Yeah, this is actually quite an interesting spot for Alatin because his hand does figure, beats all the draws. So it's losing some 10x. You're worried about kings, but you block that. King 10's a natural put on the flop. Not as many 10x. So he maybe he's got the best hand here still, and he unblocks the draws as well, having no heart in hand. Unblocks those wraps, bar the queen he has. I wouldn't hate a call here.
Nearly.
Also wouldn't hate a fold. This will go either way. Player dependent. Experience dependent. How often these two have played against each other in these situations.
Yeah, it's pretty strong to bet twice in this spot.
Yeah, it's the sort of bet that some of those nut flush draws you like to make. Because you're quite often still live here. It's very unlikely the player in the cutoff has a full house here. So if they do call you, they're quite often just got trips and you're drawing live. If he does make the fold, definitely can't fault that.
Excellent play from Alatin there. Call when you're winning. Get away.
Yeah, nicely done.
How was your day?
Lovely.
I tell you now, I actually stole your spot, James. You have this lovely spot that I think almost I can see the imprint of your bottom in one of the cushions there, staring out from the Royal Premium at the ocean. What a beautiful view there. I was there for sunset, more or less.
Ah, nice. Well, the little terrace there, the little
terrace.
My coffee spot, my favourite. Beautiful view with the rock in front of you and
yeah,
the whole world going on by. Yeah, there's so many. I mean, for those who haven't been here, obviously so many hotels here in this one property that there are so many little locations that you can hide yourself away in. I did. I woke up, went down to the pier, went for a swim.
Oh, lovely.
Got up, went for some lunch, then came back. Spent most of the afternoon back in the same sun lounge, just on the pier, chilling out,
That's nice.
listening to the waves, dipping in and out for the odd swim.
Heaven.
Little nap, and a dinner.
God, our day sound reasonably similar. I was woken to 2 children crying at 7:30 in the morning. No. I actually did go to the spa for a couple of hours, which was lovely, and then went to watch the sunset, and then had some dinner as well. Very nice.
Beautiful.
And then pop in here for some late night commentary.
Some high stakes PLOs.
Ooh, look at this.
Yeah, both players flipping house draws on this all diamond board. Both will just look to get this to showdown.
Ahmed almost smirking as he knuckles over, and
Oh, horrible run out, both hands.
yeah, cannot pursue value in either instance.
Set, he says, and
Discussed.
Raphael will know he was 4 outs and winning some money, because if he had paired up, he was getting paid. Yeah, unfortunately, you were woken up late. I was up late last night for some food. Found myself down in the casino in the Royal,
Nice.
staring longingly, deeply into the roulette wheel. Not
Pursuing
typically my game of choice.
pursuing
but
patterns.
They got me.
They got you. Oh, I'm sorry.
I got lulled in.
What a casino down there.
It's so nice and so big. I went for dinner down in there. Thought it's only right to give them a spin.
Sure. Ooh, little partial run down here. Alatin double suited. Gonna limp
One
in.
of these hands that certainly plays better when you thin the field, but Alatin's strategy is always to limp.
Okay.
Yeah, he has limped all the hands he plays,
Well,
including the premiums.
thin it for him. Ruslan's going to get in here behind though with the pocket queens and
Yes,
queen of hearts.
This is the kind of fun thing you have though. Alatin's got got the most board coverage in all the hands he plays because he plays everything as limps and limp calls. So he's the hardest to put on a range post-flop. Ruslan doesn't really care about that because he's found a set of queens.
Yeah, and interested to see if Ahmed tries to rep topset here. He doesn't.
Yeah, with the 2 10s, you can even start to set up like bet here and then bluff when those blockers become relevant. But I actually prefer this line of checking back and then still being able to use them when and if that becomes relevant. But look at this.
Ooh.
Wow. This is the first time I've seen a big step out from Alatin. Just the no equity bluff.
And no one with diamonds, so while we won't get through on this street, I wonder what happens if he does have another barrel in him.
Yeah.
That would be very dark tunnely and brave.
Yeah, Ruslan makes it cool, but knows the hand's only easy if it pairs. Let's see what happens on a brick river like that. Check, will Alatin find it?
Oh, look at this!
He does tend to go for the chips every time.
Oh, he's
quite swift bet. If I was trying to unpick this, watching this back maybe or someone in the game, I've been noticed that he's been a bit more deliberate.
And remember, just an hour or so ago, it was the other way around. It was Ruslan stealing one from Alatin in a spot where both players played their hand very well. And again, you know, he is stepping out Alatin, but he may well get this one through.
I think he will, but I may be a bit sort of confirmation bias sitting in the booth, seeing it is a bluff, but just the speed of the bet is very un-Alatin. He's being a bit more deliberate.
Oh.
I wonder if Ruslan's going to pick up on that. I think he just, like I say, he just does have so much of all the boards because he always limps. And Ruslan does say, I want to see him.
You win.
He say you win. You win.
Win?
Yeah.
Ne diyor?
He call. Okay. Ya, anlamadı dediğini. Kapattın mı sen abi? Fold mu? At kartlarını. Kapat yani.
Just going to muck. Nice cool down from Ruslan.
Blöf yap.
That would have been hard for me because I haven't really seen Alatin get too out of line in those kind of spots. Obviously there he went way out on the wing.
Yeah, I think I would have found the fold.
Ya ne söyleyeceğim?
He was very active early and maybe just hasn't been dealt into too many situations and decided, right, it's time to win a pot. You just notice we're playing this game for a couple of hours yet. Not that I want to jinx anyone, but we haven't actually seen an all-in call scenario.
No.
No one's been forced to pull up.
Siyahlardan versin, siyahlardan.
Somewhat surprising. A deeper structured game. Other team changing up a chip.
Mr. Nabot, this is Holden Cove, Mr. Nabot.
Ne?
He's certainly been the hero of the stream, at least the early portion. It's all better off that one. And again, for those of you who weren't with us at the top of the show, we are covering this cash game. But it is back to tournaments tomorrow. Main event coverage picks up tomorrow. The day ones are completing today. We'll have a better idea of where everything stands tomorrow morning.
They almost got 1,000 in the main. 1,000 players. 970 entries. 434 left.
So you're telling me there's overlay? 3 million guarantee, I believe.
Ooh, maybe. Hang on.
Ace, 6, 5 flop here. Ahmet with second set. Livia with the 8 high flush. Daniel with the king of hearts. We could see some action here.
No, because they can still reg into day 2.
Ah, okay. Still though, pretty impressive to get up to that guarantee. Daniel is going to start setting up multi-streets here, I think, with this King of Hearts. Ahmet, of course, with the boat draw. It's cool. Liviu now just so hard to play this pot down the street, out of position. I think just has to relinquish what is one of the lowest flushes possible, of course, with the 6 and 5 on board.
Compelling price, but you're absolutely right, James. Just
Well, Ahmet's just quite often got a better flush than you. It's the best scenario, but then Daniel's probably just going to blast you off it. So unless you're willing to cool down. You have to, if you call here, you have to hope Ahmet's got a set and Daniel gives up. Yeah, can't do anything about it. PLO in 3-way pots is such a weird game at times. Way more so than the 2-card variant.
well, that may slow Daniel down.
Yeah, he does have a 6 though, blocking, of course, some houses. It's the pair up that Ahmet was least happy to see, of course, because a6, ace5 still beat him. And his hand has a lot of vulnerability to any ace-x combos. Daniel was 3 times pot behind. Just checked it. Ahmet could go a couple of ways here. Could bet small. We'll check back. Betting small is kind of fun. You put pressure on those weaker flushes. Let's see, against the Bear King. We'll get a quick bob. I like that bet from Ahmet. You set a price that, you know, the ace-x's are going to call and pay to draw. The flushes can't fold really for that price. You protect your hand when you've got maybe, say, a weaker flush yourself and you decide you want to bet here and then be able to check back rivers. It's a good bet. And he could even then, of course, bet river again if he chooses to with that underhouse, depending on the river card. Really shying away from big cards on the river, but certainly if it came one of the undercards, of a few undercards, he could bet again. But yeah, I can't remember a PLO game where somebody hasn't shouted chips in the opening 2 hours.
Yeah, it is strange, isn't it? I'm just trying to find some chip count from the main event.
I saw Mr. Biz is in the mix.
Mustafa Biz is 500,000, yes. Well-known Belgian player Bart Leibert, 650. Michael Allen from the UK, 700k. I'm sure you know him. And Kanan Taharkani leading the way right now, Turkish player with 825k.
A lot of Ks.
There's a lot of Ks. 100k starting stack, so that's an impressive build from 100 to 800 over the course of a day.
Especially you say that the day ones aren't particularly long, are they? Late reg still open. I don't know how many levels it is, but I know that's big having 8 starting stacks.
Really is. As we see Alatin, ace queen 10-3, 3 clubs in his hand. Jacks for Yuri, 10s for Daniel.
Wow, here comes a rebuy potentially. I mentioned we haven't had one. We've got set of jacks versus the nuts with the nut flush draw and the redraw to a high straight versus the straight with 2 10s, which is crucial in this game. Even when you're at the nuts, you block someone else having the nuts. This is going to get punchy.
Yeah, poor Daniel only can chop from here.
Yeah, and that's quite interesting actually. When Daniel bets here, Alatin one assumes is just going to raise it up. And then Yuri almost in a spot where he's like, well, they've probably both got a hand I can run down here with a set of jacks. He may.
Alatin just loving life with this monster draw.
It's all of it. He has found all of it.
To go with the nuts. Yeah,
wow, he's just slow playing.
Well, that is going to bring Yuri in. I was going to say that if the raise had come, could Yuri find a way out? Obviously, kings
It
could.
certainly could. Yeah, you'd be worried about obviously being dead to king. Well, yeah, Alan wasn't know Daniel has got a nuts here, but I think on a King Jack 9 board, when the player wants to bet out, they just have a hand they're going to get in a lot, and you kind of just want to go with it there.
Yeah.
Having said that, if the turn just come a low brick, then Daniel's basically always continuing with a bet, even with the non-nutted hand. So, and it is Alatin's style to play kind of trappy. Interesting that he comes out now when the board changes with this bet.
And he will have a lot of ace-10.
Right, ace-x.
King-jack, ace-10, king-9.
Ace-10 with clubs is obviously the leading candidate for hands that would play this way. Again, I would like to see him check it, because if Daniel does have the queen-10 straight, it's hard for him to check back on this turn. But he's put out a bet that makes a set of jacks fold. Let's see, Daniel now with 2 pair himself.
And I wonder if that bluff from Alatin a moment ago will be looming in the mind of these guys now, that he's capable of having a hand that he just mucked, so it was so airbally he didn't even show.
It's less than half pot. Oh, wow. He's found the backdoor house.
Wow.
The cruelest of runouts. He flopped dead. Holding on for a chop, you would have thought. Now Alatin has been cruelly outdrawn, and with just half pot behind, this can't go anywhere but in, surely. He has checked it.
Oh, there's only one bet here. What an extraordinary run out.
Yeah, and this isn't as clear cut as you'd think for Alatin. I'm going to say, well, what do you think your opponent's got when he's called the turn bet and then wants to jam the river, obviously a house? But a point I was making with Ali not long ago in the hand that I think you chimed in on, you joined us on, was you call in these positions with these straights, like Daniel has, with the aim of bluffing some of these rivers if the board pairs. If the board changes and you've called with the second nuts or the nuts, you look to make the chops fold. So that's what's going through Alatin's head right now. Looking back at the hand, looking at the flop, thinking, how am I ever in a position where I might have to fold this hand?
He, of course, blocks flush draw.
It is painful.
Utterly, so it's not like...
Right. And he has the queen and the 10 specifically of clubs. He's thinking more, Daniel, bet the flop here, call the turn, so does he have a set of kings, set of jacks?
With so much of it in his own hand, can he find a fold here?
For this price, it's going to be very difficult. I think you are up against the same hand at some frequency. Maybe even queen 10s. You know, the flop straight.
Yeah, the price is incredibly good.
You are right, though. The queen and 10 of clubs are bad ones to have. You want your opponent to be calling with those hands on the turn and bluffing the river.
Daniel motionless.
Böyle bir şey var mı ya?
I feel like he's piecing it together here.
Yeah, he really wants to find the fold. Played almost flawlessly post-flop in these spots today.
That's the expression of a man who is going to let this one go.
Daniel's thinking, is he really going to fold ace-10 to me here? Of course, the bottom card pairing is theoretically the least likely one your opponent has. If this had paired the king,
sure,
it's a much easier fold because your opponent's going to have some of those top boat draws.
They nearly went in. Maybe they're about to go in.
Hardest card to fold on.
Yeah, but you know, pocket kings will be in his mind.
He may just find this fold, holding the queen and 10 of clubs.
Oh.
He really wanted to. Can't fault him for calling. I'd be calling.
Nedir o?
It's half pot after all. Just chalk that one up. Desperately unlucky after the flop.
Bak, şuralara bak son kağıda. Böyle bir şey var mı?
Daniel just said, wow. Realised how lucky he got there.
Blöf olma ihtimali %0 verdim yani.
Was massively the wrong side of the free roll on the flop and somehow came out with a win.
Bu kağıt mı düşmesi lazım?
And even then nearly didn't get paid.
You didn't have free roll. At the end you won. He had free roll on the floor.
Yeah, of course.
Yani orada permi,
I thought I was good, the same end. But he had 10.
bir şey söyleyeyim mi? Oradan permi düşmesi lazım yani.
If come flush, I try to bluff. Not walking.
Düşmese yine blöf yapacak.
Называется приятного аппетита.
Böyle, ben sana bir şey, böyle bir kağıt var.
Бать, такое блевотина.
Ha? Çıkışı yok ya. Kentim var kafadan, renge de gidiyorum.
Daha da büyüdük ha.
Daha da büyüdü.
Ill-gotten gains.
Bir 9'a
Very
bitti.
fortuitous turn and river.
Ben dedim papaz valedir herhalde. O da tutmadı, blöf yaptı.
This doesn't feel as bad when you outdraw someone in that way as if it just gone on the flop, which it was quite likely to do. Then it would have felt really dirty.
Yeah, I said on the flop, assisted by our graphics, that he had 0% to win. He had chop opportunities galore, of course, but he was 0% to win. But in fact, we do sometimes round down to 0.
Yeah,
and
he had the
one suspects he had a fraction of 1%, which managed to get there.
yeah. Needed a 9 and one of the cards in his hand, or a 10 and a pair up, I suppose. There's only 1 10 left. Yeah, it was very unlikely anyway. Yeah, needed 10-9 or Queen-9 as the run out.
Yeah.
1 10 left and 2 queens left. 2 9s left. Very unlikely. Of course, Yuri was in there with a set of jacks.
Yeah, would have actually been the one who got there. And
There's a world where that's a 3-way all in on the flop.
yeah, it really is.
I don't think that would have been the one there. If he'd been check raised from the small, I think Yuri would have just followed the set of jacks knowing he's up against the Queen 10 and could be in very bad shape. Daniel holding the top set, or even the top set coming from the small blind. But there was a world that happened.
Queens outflop the kings, who could begrudge Alateen.
Wow, and not just the king. Look at this, kings with top 2.
Yeah.
And Alateen? I can actually check the stack. The graphic suggests he's only got 5,000. That looks to be right as well. Yeah, so this is just going to go in.
Yeah, he short stacked it here, 25 bigs.
Oh, wow, no, he continues to play slow, even off the short stack. I mean, I'm surprised. I'm not surprised because this is Alateen's MO, but we're just 4,000 behind. I mean,
Yeah, you would think you can just get it in here and
yeah, you just there's
crack
a lot of
aces
hands
and
going to check
kings
raise.
and
You just Raphael's not going to fold a lot of hands to a check raise here. He's just going to call it off with.
yeah, charge
So
some
much.
wraps as well.
You just don't want to be able to check back on a lot of cards. Well, 9 pairs. This is brutal. Number 2 v number 1.
Well, he can slow play it now.
I think Raphael's going to slow play this one now. Maybe go for something tiny.
Yeah, a little 1,000.
That's going for the 1,200.
Cheater.
Both posturing.
Alateen doing a pretty good job of representing a good queen here.
Oli.
Yeah.
Raphael.
Does belatedly get it in.
2-1.
Raphael won't believe the situation he's in. He still has outs, of course. 9 or a king.
One, it means you are dead.
One time it means you are dead, he says. He knew. Raphael knew.
I would not be expecting queen to be there at any point when he hasn't just check jam flop.
Wow. No, I don't think you're ready with this.
I had out.
Gerideyken demiyor muydu ya one time? Alaaddin abi?
Ne?
Garanti öndeyken bir diyorsun galiba.
Yok kafayı taktım ona. Kafayı taktım ona. Ne yapayım? Ha şimdi ödeştim onunla.
3-5. Bol şans abi.
Sağ ol kardeşim. Barış ilan etmek istiyorum sana ya. Şekerim çok yüksek. Söz.
Well,
Vallahi barış.
perhaps a little unfortunate
Aynısını
that the
aldım.
reload was for just 5,000 because he
Yeah.
would have won a lot in that pot if it had happened with the stack he had the hand before.
Absolutely.
Lan nasıl? O kağıdım düşer mi ben? Halen oradayım ya.
He hadn't been outdrawn. It's a very big stack.
Kesin barış.
Bu normalde. Diğer 999.
İyi ama sana mı denk geliyor? Al.
Nasıl olacak? Kapatması vardı. Papaz açmıyor diyor. 1.000 liraya bir papaz gelse. Eyvah derdi. Alaaddin abi bir papaz gelse sonunda eyvah diyecek.
Şansı ben atayım sana. Ne yapayım?
Keşke kare deseydin ya. Biraz şey olur. Sen full deyince ben de kare deseydim.
Ben o kadar buna söylüyorum ama demek ki benim oyunum çok kötü oldu ya demin.
Pretty tasty run down here. 7-6-5-4 one suit.
Yani orada 9
Ahmed.
Halen oradayım. Ne aldı benden biliyor musun?
He's just so tricky from
Gonna
earlier.
let it
I
go.
like that.
Yeah.
Good discipline from
Yeah, it
him.
is good discipline.
As a man who's been burnt too often with low straights,
Yeah, easy to get.
I'm not surprised.
Straight under straighted.
I was expecting to fold that, seeing a couple of folds you made earlier. Has a good understanding of those cards being far more attractive looking than they are in reality.
Ama şu anda var ya senden
Kind of hand you'd love to be able to,
değil mi?
you know, 3-bet someone and call a 4-bet and go heads up knowing that they've got
Ne kadar?
big pair weighted. But opening up into this minefield, just not playable. Daniel punishing Alateen limp, trying to get this one heads up. That's what he's managed with the ace-king 3 deuce. Still pretty can't believe his luck from the earlier hand as he flops top and bottom, gut shot, backdoor clubs. Alateen, of course, with the gut shot to the nuts and backdoor diamonds. We may see some further activity on this one.
Geride tek çıkışı var diyor.
Yeah, I don't see team going away for one bet here.
Bunu nasıl çıkardın?
Probably not for the sub half. Swift call.
Always interesting when the same villains lock horns so soon after a
There's a card.
bloody encounter.
Daniel turning us straight, but understanding this is a card that Alateen may well want to bluff. Checks it over to him. And he's got 2 6s.
Yeah, those 6s look like fun blockers right now.
It's kind of hard though, given you think if he had a straight with a 6, he would have either had it on the turn or bluffed with it on the turn.
Definitely a bluffing spot though. Alateen will be mulling it.
Yeah, it's actually a lot easier to bluff now you're facing a bet. A lot of hands will be check calling, but once Daniel's opened it up, although
Because his 6 and 8 could be danglers.
the chat's making it a little bit harder, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Rafet nasıl yakalamışım biliyor musun?
Doesn't look like a man who's got the nuts.
4'lü buradadır, 6'lı buradadır. Anasını çekeyim.
Now raise.
Kızlar da rengi yazdı.
I like that check from Daniel on the turn though,
Yeah.
allowing your opponent to bluff. Being able to still keep control of the pot size as well.
Yeah, very good standard here. Like, again, cast your mind back to just a few moments ago. Alateen gave it so much consideration. He obviously had the right kind of blockers to convince him that his opponent did have the hand he was representing, but hard when it was a good price to make the fold. But he thought about it for 3.5 minutes. Eventually did flick in the call, fortunately for him, but very good standard here, very good hand reading.
Elin oğluna verirsin, bize gelince alırsın Alaaddin abi.
Bugün 50.000 dolar istedim geldi.
İki kişiden aldım. Biri Ahmet, biri ben yani. Başka kimseden de almadım. Nasıl oluyor abi? Bunlar anlamış değilim.
Raphael with one of those sort of trappy hands. 6, 7, 9 king or 1 suit. But he's going to pop it up from the first seat.
50.000 dolar bugün getirdi. Ben o gün 40.000 dolar verdim.
Our team going to join the party. Yuri, double suited aces on the badge. Up we go, top floor hit.
Bana da oldu işte bir kere.
This may just get the job done.
Sen nereden yanılsın? Şeyden mi? Parti şekli.
If past is present, you think Alateen's going to call here?
Yeah, I think reached that point now where we're not putting chips in and folding pre-flop. Our team's had a bit of a rough run of it. Maybe he thinks, hey, my man's got aces. I got 4 cards. See if we can get lucky. He does think better of it. Wants to see the flop though. That I can understand in any language.
Rabbit hunt.
There we go. He's been given the rabbit hunt.
Very.
Wouldn't have worked out too well for him.
You mentioned the main event, which is, of course, has been taking place for the last couple of days, day ones. We're going to come for day 2 coverage tomorrow, but it's also a mix-max event here, the 1K. That's a fun one. Starts off 9-handed, 7-handed for day 2, and then 6-handed for the final day. One of the fun side events here. There's a double board PLO bomb pot.
Oh, when's that?
That's on Tuesday.
Might have
Gördüm
to-
olan kartım.
Is that your tipple?
Well, sorry, I'm going to get sick bragging here. During the World Series this summer, a good friend of mine, Jordan Cutter, who's running the room over at the MGM, put out a tweet saying we're on a double board PLO bomb pot event today, and I thought this sounds like too much fun to miss out on.
Yeah.
So I skipped across town, went there, phoned up my money, and managed to get in the money in that one. A lot of fun.
Sorry, that story was leading up to you min cashing. Wow.
A bit more than min. Came like 10th or something. But the point was I got to play double board bomb pot PLO in a tournament format. Bear in mind I played like probably most people, 1 hand every hour in a game because you just do it at dealer change or whatever. But it was fun. Very good game, shallow. A lot of bluffing opportunities. Speaking of bluffing opportunities, look at this.
Top 2 for Alateen and Daniel.
Yeah, and Alateen with the nut flush draw to go with it. He's free rolling his man again, sort of course, because there's always the king on the turn that could ruin the fun. But surely this time Alateen is going to get a shot at Daniel's chips. Daniel with the king of spades.
It's bullfighting season at the moment, and feels as though Alateen is the bull here, and just maybe the Matador's been getting the best of him. I don't know if it'll happen this time.
I actually like this from Daniel because Alateen has such a wide range when he limps, but he can still be behind here with the aces and queens, and specifically with the king of spades and position. That card can be so useful for us as the pot goes on.
For sure.
And obviously, if it becomes a brick like that, all the money's going in. I say brick, of course, it's giving Alateen more outs. Can now hit deuce.
Yeah, and I don't really see an escape path here for Daniel. He's just going to have to go in. So away we go. Some equity for both players, but lots of chops.
Yeah, but again, Alateen having the best of it. Can Daniel hit another miracle?
Will they run it more than once? Two times,
Open.
asks Daniel.
Open.
If you open, he says, Let's know what he's sweating.
3 yediliyor ya.
I like that.
That's fair.
You want to run it twice? I want to see what I've got to miss.
Well, now I want to see the other two.
He just. How about that? 8 of spades. Oh, and the little deuce working. Look, he just
Doğru renge
If the deuce comes on the river.
dangler, dangling deuce.
He mightn't realise.
I think he might not have done. I mean, you're playing the hand you've got, which is obviously aces up and then up flush draw.
Победу один
Yeah.
аут у человека.
You wouldn't be looking at the deuce.
Oh, please let him have not turned over the deuce yet. And a deuce river.
Два.
Нет, 2-2.
That would be pretty pure. No, I think all the cards are up.
Cards are on their backs.
Не густ.
Bir dakika dur.
Oh,
Bir mi istiyorsun?
he's gone for once, is he?
Okey, hop hop.
Once.
Onda renk yok değil mi? Bende avantaj
If he gets
var.
lucky, he wants the whole pot.
Onun çıkışı yok.
Onun papaza çıkar.
Скажи, он не понимает.
One. One.
One.
One time.
He?
Where's improving?
Open two.
Now rabbit hunt.
Deri perçinlendi.
Yeah, exactly.
Open the second one.
Open.
Someone's asked
Someone
for it.
wants it just to annoy one of them.
Vallahi.
Я
oluyor?
сказал, скажи ему.
2 açsan ikinciyi sen alıyorsun.
Is that Ahmet who asked him to run the,
Yeah.
who asked you to run the second one?
Dördüncü-
Yeah, I think he gets
dördüncüsünü sen
quartered
alıyorsun 2 açsan.
Видишь?
on the river.
And now, now Alexin's like, well, you don't have to know the language to know why should you ask the dealer to run that second one. Why did you do that to me? Where do you stand, David? Do you mix up running it once or twice, or you always run it?
I'll have a think about that answer and you tell us about what's coming up.
Well, there's a lot coming up. There's a lot that's been. We're now in the August Festival, of course, the Retro Series. A rare month off for Merit Poker in September because they're gearing up for the biggest of big ones, the largest festival to ever be held here. Will, of course, be that EPT, bringing the whole Poker Stars crowd and EPT regulars to these fair shores for the first time. That one running through the middle of October, 11th to the 22nd. And, of course, things will return here in November for the Gangster Series, one that I was speculating with Ali earlier. A bit easier to plan the wardrobe for. Retro Series, wasn't sure how retro we were going. I know what a gangster looks like.
Also don't know which decade is retro now.
Right.
Yeah,
You know, it's tough.
it is tough. Darryl Carney thought it was 80s. Hence
That
the
was
shirts.
his excuse. It's
The
usual
Miami
shirts
Vice
he's got.
shirts.
And like this, obviously, you see June and July there. They have the Mideast Cash Game Festival, Mideast Tournament Festival. Kind of catering to
Yeah.
specialist market. There are a lot of players from the Middle East here in northern Cyprus.
So to answer your question, yeah, I probably do just run it twice with people. I'm never that guy who
Never
kinda
cherry
goes-
picking.
No, I think I generally want to just do whatever people want.
Yeah, I always say I'm happy to run twice, and I always tell people, because some people do get personal with that, like, oh, you run it once early, now you run it twice. So I say to people, you run it, whatever you want to do, you do.
Yeah, we'll
I
run the
said I'll
whole
always
we'll
open
run the
twice.
whole deck.
But if you want to run it once against me one time and twice another time, I won't take offence to it.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do. It does remind me of probably my favourite ever poker story, actually. I was playing a cash game in the win.
Is this as good as the PLO Bomb Hot story?
I haven't finished that one yet. That one's got some twists and tails to come.
Okay.
It's not my Hinder one either. I'm really upset about that. I need to contact them. It's the main reason I played it and sweat the bubble so hard was to have a double board one-pot PLO tournament on my Hinder mod, but there we go. It will. The last sort of 15, 20 cashes on my Hinder mod will be in World Series of Poker events, though, so I won't break that run. But for double board one-pot PLO, I think you can understand it's important as Raphael pops up. These aces over the limp of Alatin, who, like we keep saying, does limp range. Straddle from Liviu. Gonna give up that trap hand in the King Jack 8-9.
And
You reckon that Raphael's been not tight, but raising from the small blind here, I think it's giving him a accurately solid range.
yeah, and while Alatin obviously has some kind of an interesting holding, he won't love the fact that he's got an ace in his own hand.
Raphael will look down and see he has indeed flopped the nut flush draw on this Queen 5 deuce board. And it's a board that, depending on sizing, Alatin might not be able to get away with just yet.
No.
Holding the top pair. Half pot is the bet. So you're going to stick around for that. Try and catch a second pair. Needs to do it on a non-club card though.
Yeah, and it can't be an ace.
Well, gut shot draw. And snap. A really nice card for Rafa to see that, actually, that 9 specifically, because he holds one, obviously blocking the 2-pair combos. A little worrying, though, of course, that, you know, Queen X of diamonds now picked up a host equity, but you're ahead of that anyway, and you're here to gamble. It's a horrible spot now for Alateen because, well, there are a number of bluffs with that 9 of diamonds rolling off. You just hold the 10 of diamonds, though, which is a really bad card to have in your hand if you want to call off her. You want your opponent to be on the ace, jack, 10 type hands with turn diamonds.
Yeah, and remember, it's gone bet 84 here, but it's really just a bet of 5. So it's 5 into 84. So Alateen knows he needs around 30%. And he probably feels like he has 20, maybe 25.
Well, yeah, this is actually like one of the worst cases, obviously. You see he's up against aces with a nut flush draw. It's about as bad as it gets here, obviously, apart from a set. Pretty much discount that, I think, from Raphael having opened up from that small blind seat and you holding a queen.
Yeah.
Can be up against a lot of ace-queen with the flush draw, perhaps. Ace-queen with something else where he's chopping a lot, but yeah. Just going to give that one up. I like to fold with 10 of diamonds. I think if the turn had been a... I was trying to get this information. I want to tell you my story.
Okay, go on, go on.
Right, running it twice. Playing in the Win. This is a number of years back. Well, the Win was a slightly different place, but the games there were always played in pretty good spirits, but they were always kind of some of the bad regs. By bad, I don't mean bad at poker, I mean bad at understanding how, you know, to treat the mechanics of a live cash game, how to behave when certain players are in the game. Yes, one young guy was just kind of like running his mouth and upsetting one of the customers. And then they proceeded to get in a big pot. And they got it all in on the flop. And the flop was like super wet. Like 7, 8, 9 all spades in a hold'em game. They got it in. And now suddenly this professional player's like, oh, you know, once or twice. And the customer was like, I thought you were the big man who, you know, talking about how much he wins and all this. You're the big man and you had all the money and now you want to run it once or twice. And the guy's like, well, what do you want? And this goes on, a conversation for a good minute. And the customer says, sure, okay, we'll run it twice. And the kid's got a set of 9s. And the first one pairs up and he sort of, yes, celebrates and just turns his hand over and goes, that one's me. And then the second one bricks.
I know that's coming.
Lo and behold, our man's got the straight flush. Let him run it twice.
It's pure.
Let him talk himself into a hole, big himself up, victory slam the boat, and get shown he was drawing dead from the off. It's the best kind of slow roll.
It is. That is a beautiful thing.
Let them run it twice when they can't ever win. All right, Ahmet popping up from the cutoff. Ruslan going after when he's opens again. And this is actually interesting because we saw a very similar situation earlier where Ruslan 3-bet this exact hand, Jack 10, 9-8, and Ahmet had just raised folded at Ace, King, Queen, 9. And I was gobsmacked.
Well, look at this. Wrap for Ruslan.
Yeah, as good as what you can hope for with that hand.
Diamonds for Ahmed.
Yeah, 10 high diamonds though.
Also the gutter.
With the gutter down the bottom end, this is pretty grim. Just not enough hand to continue. But I'm really surprised that he folded Ace, King, Queen, 9 earlier, now wants to call a 3-bet with this hand.
Yeah.
Okay, it's double suited. Obviously does perform better in heads-up odds. And you think your man's got aces. But we know Ruslan capable of having a much wider range of 3-bets than that.
Yeah.
So obviously the decision he made earlier was, I can't call with Ace, King, Queen, 9 because I've got an ace in my hand. But now I can call with Queen, 10, 5, 6 because maybe all my cards are live against aces. The problem here is, of course, is when you walk into the nut flush draw with this hand, you're all but dead.
Little does he know how much equity he has right now.
Yeah. He's thinking if he's up against the non-diamond aces, then it's go time. When your opponent comes up betting pot here, it doesn't seem like that's the kind of hand you're against. Of course you can be, but you can be up against nut diamonds a lot as well.
Yeah, close one here for Ahmed. Feels like a gambly spot. Backdoor hearts as well. What he would have given to see a cheaper turn card here. But looks like. Is there ever a non-all-in play here, James?
Just thinking that whether we call.
And if we get a really terrible one?
Well, we call, and if we think we're up against aces, then maybe we can
Rep.
win the pot on some 8, 9, 10 turns. Maybe even on the 4, 5, 6s, of course, the 4 would give him the nuts. Perhaps what's going through his mind. The beauty of having position in these pots. See, that's all working on the assumption that he thinks he's up against aces, but I think that's what he thinks, just from what we saw earlier, like I say, with the fold, the 8, King, Queen, 9, and with the call with this hand. I think he's giving his opponent aces, and it looks like he's going to give this a go, perhaps. Does have backdoor hearts as well.
Yeah, it's so close.
Here we go. He says, let's run it. Roof them. Just the top pair, but that is good at the moment.
2 times, I think.
2 times was called for. Well, he's going to be amazed to find out his jack's going to hold up here. Well, that is a huge turn card. And he does make the front door flush the second time of asking.
Chop it up.
Second one.
First one is won by just a lowly pair of jacks. Ruslan shake of the head. Nearly got my man to fold that hand.
Good call. Good call.
Backdoor hearts maybe was just what was needed to convince him to put it in.
Yeah, that's worth another 4 or 5%.
Gut shot ve backdoor olmasa aslında çok sıkıntılı.
Получается, у меня страдало без большого бленда.
Öyle de sıkıntılı da.
Burning the midnight oil now with these PLO fiends.
Yeah, we're gambling now. it was a cagey start first couple of hours, but Yuri's face.
Often the way as a PLO game develops. You were talking about there about kind of unusual games, let's call them, and having them on your Hendon mob. Darrow Kearney and I played a tag team no limit bomb pot at the Win at the end of the WPT festival there in December, and we came 4th, and we should have won it. Yeah, we when I had been tagged in, we got it in with about 80% to have a big lead at 3-handed. Fortunately, we lost, and we bust shortly after in 4th. But that's a fun one, and that's a final table story with a bigger field than your thing, so it's actually worth talking about. James is not impressed here with me. Commentary is supposed to be a bit like improvisational comedy. It's supposed to be yes and. You build up your colleague. You don't cut him down.
Broken now.
Cut him down.
Bayılıyor o kartlarla.
think this is going to be pretty active next hour or so in this game.
Yeah, I think it will get more active, but in the way that we've maybe seen some other cash games here, and the way that, I guess, like you said, as a night of poker develops, the wheels can sometimes come off. I don't think the wheels will come off this one. I think it'll still be good poker, but it may be that those couple of hands that we were folding in early position may enter the mix.
This Yuri just completing from the big blind into the straddle here with the ace, king, 9-7 double. Definitely looking to play that one for a little bit more. Through a limp re-raise, one would imagine. Daniel just flops the world on this 6-3 deuce board, top set, and a gut shot. Yuri with no chance to continue.
So good day for Daniel so far. Certainly up chips. See there, a busy poker room behind.
Yeah, cash games in the background there.
Considering the hour of the night, it is amazing to walk around here.
You really do have to fight your way through as well. Saying to Ali to reach back to this commentary booth, you're diving around tables.
Yeah, a few railbirds about as well.
Gelmiyor ki oraya bir tane basit bir kız.
Is your main game now, James? You play PLO? Cash games? That's kind of your thing?
Yeah, I do enjoy them. Enjoy getting hands like this. Ace, queen, 10-7 double. Rather switch the suits around a little bit. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers. So I'm playing very shallow with these straddles on. Only 50 blinds deep. Makes hands like these Jack, 10-7. Tough to play. Yuri understand that with that 5, 6, 8, 9 out of position, and Daniel lurking behind with aces. The nut suit.
Yeah, out of position here.
Oh, he does it slide just to flat it. You can get a decent amount in there.
You can put, but it is that kind of awkward sort of 20% of your stack amount.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of really hard flops to play, but with ace, ace, jack, 8, that does have a lot of playability. There are a lot of flops you can continue with.
True that.
So, having played it this way, he's going to make life a little easier on this kind of board. Rafael with, well, no reason not to think he's got the best of it here. So many good turn cards, but he elects to check it back. Again, for that reason, so many good turn cards. He can semi-cold deck his opponent here.
Yeah, Daniel will love that card. Rafael will think it's a great card for him now. He's got the backup of the flush draw.
Daniel playing this purely now as a trap with the two aces. Checking. Going to let Rafael stab here. And Rafael quite often is stabbing here in really bad shape. In this case, we can see, of course, he has that live flush draw.
Yeah, important to take a moment here if you are going to trap with the aces, as Daniel is. Going to show the right amount of reluctance.
Yeah, he's almost unlucky in a sense that Rafael has a hand as good as ace-10. And most of these brick rivers, that ace-10 will probably just check back because it figures to be good.
And Rafael will pursue value on a fair few rivers. That's probably not one of them.
Very hard to do so. He could try and squeeze something here, but it's a bit frisky. I mean, Daniel still gets to have, you know, the jacks, queens, kings, and, you know, the aces like this. Should just go check, check. Rafael, of course, beats all the other 10s. He's already doing that, but he has improved to 10s and 7s.
I quite like how Daniel played the hand. I know you said there how, you know, it wasn't a bad aces, ace, ace, jack, ace with a suit. Certainly not an aces that is hard to play post flop, certainly in a lot of situations. But having gone for the call, obviously in the big blind, feeling like, you know, he was maybe going to have difficult decisions down the line if he bloated that pot. I quite like how he's played his hand.
Yeah, the other advantage, of course, of 3-bet was taking it heads up, getting the straddle out. That happened anyway. Also, Rafael's not being as tight with his openings as some other players, so maybe you want to pounce on them. A little tougher to 3-bet into more defined ranges, but still, did the trick.
kötü bir free oluyor galiba. Kısa sürede.
Straddle on again.
Çek.
Alateen with Badugi. Oh, and a much nicer holding here for Yuri. Ace, king, king, 10. He's got spades. 3 of them. Very playable. Ahmed here. Jack 10, 8, 7.
It's
10,
funny.
7 of hearts.
We saw him fold earlier
Yes,
with
you
Jack
made a
9, 8, 7 in the big blind, closing the action. Now suddenly, effectively the same hand, but calling in a small blind, or the big blind, but in a straddle pot.
Yeah.
Definitely loosening up a little bit this game.
Oh,
And the baby rat on Queen 9 in trouble against this Ace, King, King 10. Poor Yuri can bet quite comfortably. Not really face too many check raises on this board. There's backdoor spades as well. A lot of equity. Certainly a hand you'd hate to be raised though when you bet this in Yuri's spot. It's such a good hand to continue with. Putting a lot of chips in would be horrible, but nearly always you just met with a check call if your opponent continues here.
yeah, and I think Ahmed has a check call.
Yeah,
Think, raising would seem a little out of line here with them this deep.
Oh, he's again going for there. 19, the pull for chips and look at your opponent at the same time.
Pump fakes galore. No backup, backdoor flush draw. Feels like one you just want to call and hit.
Wow, I feel like you always want a pair to do this with, but look at this. Maximum pressure.
Wow. And it is a tough spot now for Yuri.
It's horrible now. Ahmed peeled from the big blind in the straddle pot.
Like if you think
Can
you're
have queens, can
yeah.
have nines, can certainly have some queen 9. The problem here you've got in Yuri shoes, you've got king, king 10 in your hand. You want your opponent to be bluffing with those draws.
Yeah.
You block them, so you just can't continue with this hand. And it's just disgusting to bet fold that hand on this board, given the playability you have, given the opportunity you have to cold deck your opponent if it comes a jack or running spades. Very nicely picked up there.
Yeah, didn't expect that gear switch, to be honest.
No. But kind of nice taking the bad rap as the bluff, but I would like something else with a pair to block the strongest hands, perhaps.
Yeah.
A 9 with that, the Jack 10 9 8 instead of Jack 10 8 7. But hey, you can make those really strong hands fold.
Player sitting out now for a moment.
Ruslan, garbage hand in the straddle. But he's going to have position. No, he's not going to have to play. Just going to win. Tower of 100 chips. He's busy at work, that man.
I started.
Alateen. Back in to find king, king,
Sen
queen
400
9.
mi yaptın? Arttırdın mı abi?
Aa yok ben 400 değil miyim?
Yok değilsin.
Değilsin.
Ha tamam. 200-400 diyordunuz ya.
Yok bitti o.
O bitti mi?
Confusion, Kerry.
Tamam. Yok yok.
Sadece sadece.
Like what? Whatever it is. I presume Alatine's limped in. This is his MO. And then Daniel has the other 2 kings and is popping it up. And continuing his strategy.
Yeah, off this fairly shallow stack, it must be said now.
Yeah. If I hadn't seen him play up until now, it's just this was going to come with a limp raise.
Yeah, I would have thought so too.
His MO
Oh,
is
look at
certainly-
this!
And the dealer fans the flop. He sees the nuts. Daniel has the other 2 kings and reason to bet this board. I don't think I'm going to lead here. Wow.
Small lead.
It's a board that just favors the raiser always.
Quick fold from Daniel.
Yeah, he's allowed Daniel to get away from that. Daniel's going to have to bet that flop as the pre-flop raiser and blocking the nuts.
With a little bit of backdoor spades to go with as well.
Yeah. I'm surprised given how we've seen our team play these other hands that he did elect to just lead out there. Certainly out of character for him. Maybe he's seen that ace-jack-10 flop. Daniel's popped it up. Daniel's going to have a lot of good hands on that board that may check back with the straight being available. So just setting up off the shallow stack. Bet 900 here. Those hands can't really fold, and we can just jam turn. Such shallow stacks. Wasn't to know, of course, that his opponent has a bluff hand that can't call 900.
On the button here, double suited. Baby pair as well. Raphael.
Pretty rank hand, but just going to try and get one through here.
Mandatory defend here for Livu, who's also double suited.
Yeah. Similar looking hands and similar looking equities. I'd rather the Queen Jack 9, but I'd rather have the button. Here we go. Queen's up from the big and Queen with 7 high clubs on the button. The man who certainly is supposed to have more of this range. But does elect just to check it back.
I like that.
Maybe now moving to 3 pair. Yeah, you're going to be a little bit worried when your opponent checks back ace-high boards that a chance to have an ace.
And again, I think Raphael in a similar spot. Just
I actually like the check back more now on the turn with a view to betting a lot of rivers as a bluff.
well,
Because now, maybe not that river. There are a lot of rivers though where you can now plausibly be value betting all your ace, all your ace up combos.
if checked to here though by Livu, I think you could take a stab here. Represent the king.
Certainly can, yeah. You can easily have Broadway
Yeah.
as played.
As played, certainly.
Yeah, nicely done as he's reaching for the chips here.
And nothing Livu can do really here, I don't think. He's almost got too much with 3 pairs.
The only thing leading towards the call here is, of course, having the queen and the jack. You do block some of those Broadway combos. You need the king with another picture card or a 10. And the king 10 with a bet flop. You think the ace king probably bets for now. So really, the most likely way he has a straight is with king queen or king jack. And
But it has to be a bluff, and he'll be asking himself what bluffs wouldn't have bet at an earlier point.
yeah. It's exactly that. Why did check back flop? Yeah, good fold, I think. From the view. Obviously, we can
Zaman mı
see.
dedin?
Yeah, very well played by both players again.
Ha,
Yeah.
sanki ağzından bir şey çıktı da.
Good awareness from Raphael.
Emin olamadım da.
Livu can't be blamed. No fault there for releasing the best hand.
Zaman. Üşüdüm be.
And James, I know you're going to be
Thank
heading
you.
off now shortly. Just thought I'd ask you a question before you go. You're obviously
Yeah.
a big part of the Triton production. Those guys,
Bir
for the
pot
second
yayınla
time,
şöyle bir,
brought their high roller series to North
alınca
Cyprus
da
there
ısınır mı?
a few months back. How did it go second time round? And yeah, well, like, did more players come because the word was out that this is such a nice venue for it?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a bumper field yet again here in Cyprus. Yeah, I think more players did come. Obviously, the first time out was the debut, as it were, of the Royal Diamond. Things were put in there. We were the first. I think it was basically the first event of any sort. You know, obviously it's a ballroom, conference space,
Stage looks
concerts,
amazing.
whatever. We were basically the first people in there. The paint was pretty much drying on the walls still in the hotel. We had the Mediterranean poker party that led into it as well. Yeah, obviously a hugely popular spot with all the players involved, and hopefully a venue that will be a place Triton comes for years to come. It really is in the sort of middle of the world in some way. People always say London's the middle of the world, and yeah, that's true. But poker world, this location just allows people to travel easier to get visas, as it were. I mean, we just had to stop in London. That does prove problematic for some players as well. We'll come back to that because this hand is developing quite quickly. There's all sorts going on here. Yuri with the open-ended nut clubs. Aladdin with an open-ended nut diamonds. Daniel in there with 2 pair. I think given how we've seen these players navigate the team, that would be an easy fold for him, but it's Yuri first. He's going to surely just call with this. There is straight on board. Daniel, of course, overlooked clubs himself with that 2 pair. But there's no river here where he's going to high-five the dealer. And that's not a spot you want to be in a 3-way pot, really. And Aladdin, when he has bet, has tended to show the goods. David, this is the first sort of more speculative bet we've seen from him, albeit reasonably so with 2 nut draws. And he finds it on the end. Yuri with a 9 and a 6 blocking both the straights available.
Aladdin, checks it.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. Yuri's surely going to take this bait. Excellent stuff from Aladdin. Just gets the check call all in. Got ya. Very well played.
Yeah, Yuri,
Not the best time to bluff.
a lot of respect there for Aladdin and that crafty check.
Wow, that was great. Yeah, I wasn't... It's so hard to check the nuts there with basically pot behind. But he managed to find it. Knew the situation, knew the board had changed. Wanted to give his man a chance to bluff. Perfect play against the hand he's up against. All right. Finally something goes right for our man.
Yeah. Nice one for Aladdin there. Yeah, coming back to what you said about the location of Merit, it's sort of east and mid-east meets west, and obviously a sprinkling of Americans too. We've seen that at different series. I'm not too sure if we've that many Americans here right now, but I remember at the Western series there was certainly plenty at the Carmen series too. So yeah, okay, it's a bit of a long trip for the Americans maybe, but for Europeans, East and Middle East, it's not. It's actually quite a short hop.
Yeah.
And what an opportunity, I think, for these guys who are doing everything right when it comes to creating a poker playground. To expand and to grow the brand. Point I made to Darrow Kearney a couple of days ago on commentary as well was just how there's an opportunity now with Spain, the taxation issue there, a lot of regulation all across Europe, ring fencing, everything else, that this is a location where big brands may look to come.
Yeah, certainly. I think obviously there's no bigger brand in Europe than the EPT, so having that here is really going to blow things up. You know, with Triton, obviously a huge brand in its own right, but a very select group of players, always small fields given the buy-ins. people are a lot more aware of this place because those Triton events have been here, but
Yeah.
sort of regular 1K to 5K players around Europe will be here during the EPT, and I'm sure we'll be blown away by how good it is. 6. Daniel pops it up with Ace, King, Queen, 10. No suit, but 4 big broadways. Good enough. Alatine coming along, King, Jack, 10, 9 on the small seems pretty reasonable. And Yuri with a suited ace in the big, completing the action.
Oh, and big flop for Alatine here.
Yeah. Top pair, an open ender. Daniel with a fraction of this. Does have the hold the ace of diamonds. So future bluff equity is going to fire away here with that gut shot.
Yeah, looking for a diamond or a 9. And quite a few other cards to bring some other forms of equity.
Yeah, obviously holding all the overs.
Does pick up.
Wow. He really is running too good against Alatin. This is not fair.
That's not fair at all.
Makes jacks up. Pins the nuts. Gonna check and that feels very hard not to pay this off.
Yeah,
When
top
you've got a
2
10.
in this spot. Mm.
You've only got 1 diamond in your hand. I think it was Snap called, I think.
Oh yeah, he was.
Did we see Daniel turn his cards over? Yeah.
Nuts, I'm afraid.
Yeah, very unlucky there yet again.
Bir tek 9 atıyor.
Yeah, Alatine's been very unlucky in these clashes with specifically Daniel.
Yeah. Yeah, if you think he had what, aces up with the flush draw against aces up with no flush draws, it's a almost free roll. Obviously, could have hit the king. Shop that one. Flop the nuts, going higher with nut clubs against the bare nuts, and somehow lost to a backdoor boat. And now that one there, the perfect card coming off the offsuit 9. Being the only card that he would lose money on.
Ya canı istemesi lazım.
And there were perhaps some
Ben bu kağıdımın
cards he'd have won some money on. Some bluffs he would have picked off.
Biraz okşaması lazım. Anlaşılan odur.
Okay, Raphael. Single suited kings. Man who's shown a willingness to open up in this game as things have gone on. Certainly going to be a hand he's going to play. Be a hand all of them would play. Taking it up to pot, and Liviu with ace, ace, king 10 has this hand in an absolute hurt locker. But not suited to the ace. Ah, there we go. He does come out with a 3 bet. I was going to say, clear this, try and clear this one up. Get it heads up with such a strong hand.
Yeah, Raf, gonna have to call this. No, he gets away. Wow.
Just giving
He was
Liviu-
onto him.
Yeah, just reading him for aces. Obviously the king, king, 6-3, kind of hard to play on a lot of flops.
Yeah, great read on the situation.
Well, David, a shadow has formed in this room, which must mean it is my time to depart for the evening.
It's a 12 o'clock shadow.
It's the man operating off very little sleep, it has to be said. But here he is, battling away at 2 in the morning.
Niye onu kullanmıyorlar?
We'll do this last hand with you and then make way for Mr. Najad. And I'll be back tomorrow. I believe 1:15. Is that right?
I think we're back at 1:45 for the
1:45,
stream.
there we go, for the delay, of course.
Yeah, 1:15 the players will be back. We're on a half-hour delay, so 1:45 there, guys. Mark your clocks if you are going to bed early, but Encourage you not to. This PLO game's getting a little frisky now.
It's getting very frisky, to confess. I think I'll be...
And we've gotten word that these guys will play on stream until 3:30 local time. So that's 1:30 in the UK and Ireland, 2:30 CET.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that main event coverage tomorrow, start of day 2. But for now, I will make way. Wish you a good night.
Onu birazcık böyle bir sene, 2 sene
Thank you very much, James.
illegal diğer
And
falan. Tava getirmek.
welcome back to the booth, Ali Najad.
Thank you so much, David. After a brief respite, here to relieve Mr. Dempsey of his duties on the evening, but relief likely not in sight for those that have been entangling here in this 100-200 PLO game. If the theme hath continued since I last left this lot. Saw the aces and the kings just now.
Yeah, tidy
Don't believe
fold.
we took a flop.
No, I guess there are certain situations where you can read your opponent for ace-ace XX much more often than not, and that would be kind of tricky to navigate. Also possible that Livu, I think we've seen him 3-bet a couple of times, and it was aces both times. No shortage of action, must be said. Shortage of buttons on shirts. The only shortage I've noticed.
And here, aces and kings yet again.
Yeah,
Pre-flop, David.
Yeah, and a raise and a 3-bet before you. Daniel probably gets away from this one more handily. These guys aren't super deep.
Note all aces are accounted for.
Great fold. Daniel recognizing the trickiness of that particular situation.
Indeed.
And Raphael with a lovely hand there, but had to let it go to this much action. Livu opened it up here with the suited ace. Sort of a run down there with the 8-7-4. Probably a tricky one to continue now. You don't want an ace in your hand in this situation. That's the key here, guys. If you are getting any PLO pointers from us, is that if that ace was a 9, and it was a 9-8-7 X, much better. You want your ace to be potentially live in a spot where going up against your opponent when it's likely they have aces, as it is in 3-bet pots often in this game. Comes a pesky card. Alateen though, he's sticky. Ace, Queen, Jack, 2 Badoogie. This would be a sticky call.
The lack of a second diamond tethered to that ace obviously is a real issue. We don't want to be playing rainbow hands, Badoogie hands, as we call them, in PLO in particular. Flushes just create so much more equity. Flush draws for that matter.
Yeah. Well played again from Alateen, getting away.
I've liked what I've seen from Alateen on the day, David. I'm not sure whether or not you agree, but he's got that wily sort of veteran cash game player affect to him, and I think his playing style also sort of infers very much the same.
Definitely, he's played very well. He's obviously the loosest player pre, he's giving the most action, but he's been very circumspect post-flop. Nearly got away from a spot where we just assumed he was going to cry call immediately. Spent 5 minutes thinking about a tricky spot earlier on. Did make the call in the end, unfortunately, he was beat.
But the gears turn in a very experienced manner for him, and I think it's important in PLO in particular, which is a game where you don't want to get caught playing only one part of the deck for multiple bets pre-flop. You've got to be balanced. To have that discipline and that sort of head sense post-flop to just get away from spots that might present themselves as attractive, but, you know, in context require some restraint.
Absolutely. Well, from a Badoogie hand to a suited hand, ace, king, 10, 8 all hearts. He limps in, playing 40 bigs here. Gets heads up against the big blind.
And somehow gets a heart draw as well on the queen 10-7 board, where The open-ender and a pair of 7s, checks over. 10s, Broadway gutter, nut flush draw, all working. 500 fired out there. Ruslan delivering the call sort of toward Alatin as if to say, sure, buddy. Queen pairs on the turn. It looks like the check back came in very quick fashion.
Oh,
and now the king promptly downing Alatin's hand. So he goes from queens and 10s to kings and queens. And of course, Ruslan with a straight here, facing only a bet of 600. Yeah. Does make the snap call, David.
Yeah, I don't love that bet on the river, if I'm honest. From
What are we
Alatin.
looking to achieve, maybe, is the question.
You've got so many hearts, your opponent's unlikely to have hearts. I think that was probably just a nice card to check back and hope we're good. But, you know, I'm sure there are some hands that he was pursuing value from. Maybe feels as though he can get some extra thin calls out of his opponents, given his propensity for looseness.
Well, looseness is a way to describe the state of this particular holiday shirt for Mr. Ahmed. It is really just draped quite relaxingly upon its owner.
Yeah, he's more in the role of clothes horse than human being.
It is certainly my hope that Mr. Alatin has an unlimited plan on his cell phone, David, because otherwise the roaming fees could very well be deeply raking this particular session for him. He's been working the wireless quite hard on the evening.
Has anyone introduced you to a product called WhatsApp, Ali?
Yeah, requires a data plan.
Well, that's, I suppose, yes, indeed.
The unlimited data.
The internet in here is okay, though.
Oh, the internet in here is lovely.
Yeah.
And at the perfect price of free. So then the raise coming from Raphael with the Queen Jack 8-7. And it has straighty prospects. Spades are at work. Liviu calling. The Ace King 9-4, not hearts. And Alatin will join the ruckus from the straddle spot. Pot up to 2,800 pre, and 10-3 deuce delivers the spade draw to both Alatin and Raphael. Advantage Alatin, of course, with the king high addition.
Yeah, we've seen a funny amount of flops come down where Alatin has been big favourite, only for his holding to shrivel up or get disgustingly rivered. In this spot now we see a good turn card.
Yeah, both the spade draws making eights advantage Alatin, given that he had the deuce dangler on the flop. But of course, Raphael picking up the gutter.
Everyone with just too much of it. Well, Liviu with too little of it.
So they continue to tread lightly as the board pairs the 3 on the river. King 8 is a winner at Showdown, but understandably shy about doing anything. That one unfolds uneventfully.
Alatin gonna flip over his hand here eventually, claim the pot.
Don't be shy. Some deuces counterfeited. Yeah, inadvertent slow roll, of course, as the king kicker does work its way forward. Not lost on him.
Ya yapma bunu güzel kardeşim ya. Ya ayıptır ya, yapma. Ay 82 para mı alır burada?
82 değil ki senin elde.
82 işte.
Zaten
Yani
yani.
bir tane üstü var, nasıl 82?
Ha bir 8'i para alıyordu, onu diyorum.
Well, as I've arrived just only today, David, and perhaps some as well have come upon the stream just only today as well. Give us a glimpse in terms of your thoughts here? Call it midway through this Merit Retro Festival. What have we missed? What have been the storylines? What are the things that you're noting in contrast here at this festival versus the prior?
Well, the big noticeable difference is the weather and how Merit comes into its own in an even bigger way when the sun is out. Obviously, we're on the coast here. There's so many good beach spots. Spots to jump in off piers, enjoy the ocean. The spas are always there and, you know, available all year round.
Although less so when we burst at the seams as we have here at this Retro Festival in a manner somewhat unprecedented, I would say, for Merit, the lesser kept secret here on the Mediterranean now in terms of poker, very much turning into a destination.
Huge numbers, particularly in the main now. We're seeing 970 already in there. Obviously, late reg goes on for, I think, 4 levels tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure about that, but for a while anyway.
A massive $3 million guarantee, by the way, in that one, as we see no desirability on the flop for really either of these holdings for the time being. A couple of gut shots. 6-7 and the king-queen. And just a position tickle of 500 from Yuri. Alateen calling David.
Yeah.
And making a 7 for a winner.
He may have other ideas here. I don't know if this has changed his plan somewhat. Maybe he was going to bluff it and now feels he doesn't need to. And when he picked off a bluff of Yuri's just a moment ago, in a very intricate spot actually. This is probably a tough call to make now, but yeah.
Well, I might have felt that way about the turn call, David, but 500 apparently the exact right price for Yuri to be charging, and he does bluff it through.
Yeah, clearly drawing to a give up there, a check from his opponent, that time Alateen. Yeah, coming back to the main event, 970 already in there. I would anticipate that growing to around the 1100 mark across the first few levels of tomorrow, making a $3.2, $3.3 million prize pool.
That's a healthy clearance of the $3 million guarantee. Obviously, a lot of people might have looked upon that sort of commitment from Ms. Songul and the staff here as being ambitious, and yet time and again they've proven that they can push the boundaries of prior high watermarks in terms of the guarantees and meet them with relative ease as demand for the product on offer here in North Cyprus grows at a steady clip. And this pot will grow, courtesy of this button open from the view. Ace, Queen, Jack, 5. 3 Broadway cards and spades.
And Yuri with a pretty ugly holding here. I think it's going to release, and we're going to see an unusual sight, a raise and take it here.
Bar some moments, largely a quiet gathering on the evening, David, fair to say?
Yeah, I don't think this is a wild game by any means. We obviously saw a wild cash game a couple of nights ago, which was hugely entertaining. Players just getting in the mix every single hand and battling away. This one, a bit more
tame.
A little bit more tame. Obviously, Alateen is driving the action, and he's probably been the unluckiest player at the table so far. A couple of horrid rivers cost him in big spots. Otherwise, I feel like he would have a 40k plus stack in front of him right now. But undeterred, he's battling on. And he does like to start with a limp in a lot of situations here, so that sort of enables him to maybe suss out the lay of the land. And in this situation, he's done it on the button. Can't imagine he's going away after Yuri raises the ace king 9-6, king 9 of diamonds, and Daniel calls with the 10s and 5s. Equities run close here.
Ace 9 deuce, and not so much anymore as Yuri's got himself top 2 pair. Although note that the 10-5 of hearts, which is not really what Daniel had in mind, is the lone heart draw and has 43% equity.
Yeah, he won't know it's the best heart draw, but it's in good shape. And obviously the 4 set outs as well. Decides to let it go. Bit of a dark tunnely spot there to continue.
Well, if the 10s and 5s with 10-5 of hearts is dark, how do we feel about queens and a deuce dangler with some backdoor wheels? Even less inclined, I would imagine.
Yeah, remember this went limp from Malatine, and Yuri very happy to bump it up to 800 pre, out of position. Indicative of a very strong hand.
What's that about?
Not going to get too frisky from the small blind there too often without the goods. And I think that's what we've seen from Malatine as well, not getting married to hands either. Like if you do play a wide range as he likes to do, he understands how to navigate the boards. He's not one of these guys who plays loose and then continues to be loose on flop and turn. He's got a very good understanding of what boards have potential, which ones don't. And you could actually argue at a table that's been reasonably nitty, such as this one, he's adjusting well, trying to play a little more. Well, we didn't catch all those cards from Raphael, but they're in the muck now. Action round to Livu.
Fair to say, David, that a cash game, not unlike a calendar year, has seasons of sorts and goes through a very dynamic journey from onset where everybody's just kind of, you know, I've got what I've bought in for. I'm just waiting to see how things take shape, and then all of a sudden opens up, much like a football match. First goal, first blood drawn. Now all of a sudden things open up, and then toward the end of the session as well, if players know that they're able to lock up a win, maybe a little bit less inclined to take a high variance spot or get themselves intertwined in something that could cost them the spoils on the day.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that in a subtle way. I think the game has loosened up ever so slightly since the beginning. I tuned into yourself and James in the first frame, if you want to call it that. Obviously this cash game is continuous, but it was noticeably quite tight in that passage. I think it has loosened up a little bit, and maybe we're about to see the winter of perhaps discontent for some,
yeah,
content
sure.
for others. Also want to pick up on something there that maybe some of our listeners would have missed. Ali Najad, an American man, just called it football, which is, you know,
yeah.
you get props for that.
A cultured American man, I'd like to think.
There you go.
As the passport does get replaced prior to its renewal date with great frequency. Running out of pages. As we travel the world to talk about the game we all love. Presume I can speak on behalf of both David here in the booth, James as well, and all of you out there watching us on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Appreciate your being here, in particular if you're in or around the European continent where it is the wee hours on a work night. Palatine and Daniel play one heads up for 1900. Jack 6 deuce rainbow turns into a pair of jacks on the turn, deeply uninteresting in terms of the holdings that we see. Note the pocket threes hold all the way down.
Oh, and Altine taking a stab here.
Oh, he sure is. I'll tell you what, though, there's something slightly polarizing about taking this stab, given the 2 checks prior. I mean, maybe there's some
little flash of you. Blink and you miss it.
And I'll tell you what, these tiny salvos, David, not necessarily personally directed, but can, of course, lead to future game implications in terms of opportunities to, or maybe some vendettas. So get a look at the calendar here, 2023, already in August, and you can see how much we've put under our belt thus far and how much more is yet to come. As in October, the Merit Gangster Series will be fired up. In November through to early December.
Yeah,
Again.
Gangster Series is going to be one of those in-house series, if you like, very much like the Carmen and the Western.
Yeah. I incorrectly identified it as taking place in October. Forgive me. That's November through December that'll happen. Obviously, looking forward to being here for that one with you and James and Dara.
Yeah, in the meantime, obviously the No Small Matter of European Poker Tour event making its way here. I believe all the hotel rooms have been, well, actually not all of them have been booked out, but they will be all booked out by the time that weekend happens.
And I suspect many of the closest alternate hotel rooms will also be booked out. It really is such a vote of confidence and really kind of a certification of sorts that Merit Poker has very much arrived on the global stage for the EPT to be paying a visit here. I think they'll be very pleased with the experience, those who come down. As displeased might be Rafael. After having tried to limp in here, Ruslan aces, raising it up and only Alatin. Customer.
Clubs for Alatin may keep him interested, even though they are just the 8-7 of clubs. 14 is a big bet, though. He's obviously got some backdoor potential as well. Five or 9 in particular, bringing a lot more outs.
How relevant is the presence of a couple of 7s in Alatin's kit in terms of a clean card that would give him a set? As we see him just fold it.
Yeah, I think he would have called a half-pot bet there for sure. I guess the almost pot bet, little dissuading.
And that's exactly why when we hold those aces in that spot, if we're Ruslan, we come with that sort of sizing, as it does create a good deal of clarity moving forward in terms of hand composition for Alatin when he does come along.
Yeah, and often the case when the player is happy to go big, having represented aces as he sort of did pre, can often be the ace of clubs in there as well with another club, and then you're in big, big trouble.
Though I often wonder when we do play our hand that face up, in particular in games where we know that those who are able to sniff out those spots and are aggressive enough aren't presented with an opportunity to put tremendous pressure on us with the notion that I know they know that I'm representing aces, and yet here they are. I've potted, and they've repotted and put me to a big, big test moving forward in the hand.
Yeah, and speaking of that exact dynamic, Ahmed did that a little while ago too. I think it was Rafael, or maybe... No, I think it was Rafael in another pot. And yeah, great recognition by him, how he could turn his sort of baby wrap in that particular spot into a raise, and got the kings in that instance to fold, which was an overpair to the board.
Well, here he has got top pair and a two-way straight draw up against what is bottom 2 pair.
I was about to say diamonds could be an action card. But
there
that
they
particular
are.
diamond is sort of maybe a card that will induce a bet out of Ahmed.
Yeah, in comes the 1,000 as he's made the 8 high straight and the redraw to the nut diamonds. Fairly cozy is this sensation for Ahmed. Less so for Rafael, though he does have the king high diamonds and the bottom 3 pair working towards a house. Now on the river, he improves to kings and 6s, but that's not the nature of the improvement he sought.
No. No, I feel like he would have had to pay off a diamond for sure in this spot. And then obviously 6, 5 and 4, the hands he could get jiggy with. But Ahmed, no reason to slow down. Probably thinks he's chopping a decent amount. Looking for maybe a 3 to call in that spot. Or a very curious set.
Of course,
One more round straddle.
15
Kings
dakika
up.
sonra bakacağım eline.
respectfully laying it down on that texture. Did hear somebody propose another round of
Sarıyor mu?
straddles?
Aralarında
David, have
bak-
those straddles, in your estimation,
çekiyorum.
been a catalyst for action
Kent oldu
as they're
bende
intended to
orada.
be?
A couple of players are playing a bit shorter than others. I think Aladdin
Yeah.
might have 6 or 7,000. That would certainly create a fairly short stack game for him, 20 bigs or less. So obviously spots where he can get in a lot of his chips pre. And speaking of getting in a lot of chips pre, Daniel with aces here, and he's got the ace 7 of clubs working as well. No reason not to make this 14. Perhaps 12.
He will be delighted to have the opportunity to get more chips into the middle than he would have in the unstraddled pot.
Absolutely.
Ruslan. Ace Jack 10-9, nice reach. Nut diamonds, button as well, coming together for a flat. King, queen, queen 8 with hearts for Liviu.
Yeah, and if it gets around to him, Yuri may well call here as well. Obviously the pocket 9s. King 9 of clubs as well, interesting. Go with the 7.
Of course, it's specifically that 10 Jack Queen flop when we hold King 9 that becomes a little dicey.
Indeed.
For us, but he hunts a 9. Unfortunately for him, the ace 10-10 board is not his. However, all Daniel with the aces full and no
big trouble.
10s full for Ruslan.
This is big trouble here. Daniel could actually check this one, but I presume will pursue value against a 10. His hand doesn't need protection, but it will seek value.
And for Ruslan, the prospect of aces
It's
is
out.
not one that's lost on him, but he does block them.
Yeah,
It's just that when we see continued action post-flop on multi-streets here, we begin to really question how well we're performing with 10s full of aces.
yeah, we're never getting away on the turn here. I'm not sure we're getting away on the river either, to be honest. I think this is just a really ghastly spot for Ruslan. Just 2 aces left in the deck, and they're both in Daniel's hand. He's beating everything else. It's obviously a raise in a straddle pot from up front, but you can't just assign your man aces all day. And in fact, combinatorically, more likely he has ace 10 as well. So even when you face that river shove, as I feel might be on the horizon here, you think you do chop more often than maybe you lose. Anyway, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it is setting itself up for exactly that sort of outcome, though 4,400 in terms of sizing here on the turn. David,
Yeah.
you in alignment with that?
Yeah, I think he can just about pot shove river. I think he set it up so that he can. Maybe
And
not quite.
these are thoughts,
Maybe
by
not
the way,
quite.
that should be going through our head when we're coming with the turn sizing as we chart a course toward the river.
Yeah, I think maybe Daniel more concerned with getting value from more 10x's than just the ace 10 here. If he saw his hand, obviously he'd be setting up, you know, maybe a 2/3 and then go 3/4 river. But he wants to make sure that the Jack 10, the 9-10, the King 10, the Queen 10 may stick around for this price. And Ruslan, I don't think there's any reason for him to fast play it here. He'd probably just call again, taking the maximum amount of time to appear weak so that his opponent may bluff sometimes.
Although he certainly doesn't want to see a bet on the river, I would imagine. With tens full of aces, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, and he's obviously fallen behind pocket kings now, but that's not a particularly big consideration, I think, in this spot. Daniel may not go full pot or anything close to it here. He may actually decide to go half pot, just trying to extract value. Maybe the fact that the King 10 came, that's probably the most likely hand he's thinking his opponent has when he calls after a little while on the turn. So maybe he feels like, okay, that's boated him up a lot. I can go for the jugular. We'll see here. There are some Jack-Queen combinations out there as well, although there's many chips in the pot, it's hard to see if they'd be that happy with life. But if he had the Queen Jack 10, 8 run down, something like that. Very quick call. 8,800 river bet, and Ruslan was always prepared. Yeah, and he would have paid more, I think, in that instance, but Ruslan, you know, probably somewhat happy not to get stacked. Daniel, I think, going for maybe a catch-all sort of bet there on the end. Did he leave meat on the bone, you think, against specifically tens full of aces? Tens full of aces, tens full of kings, perhaps. But maybe was pursuing value against Queen Jack 10, 8, or... Yeah, some of the incidental inside Broadway wraps that got there, though. Yeah. When we face 3 barrels on paired boards, oftentimes, as advertised, is the kit furnished on the end in terms of a full house. The straights become significantly less attractive. Yeah, pretty cold one there for Ruslan. As we've seen in most of the bigger pots, there's nothing these players could have done. Even the spots where players bluffed river, I think we've all been like pretty quick to compliment the bluff candidate and also compliment the player who folded, even though they folded the best hand, because it did seem like the right play overall. Good day for Daniel, must be said. He's probably had best run of cards so far tonight. Made the most of them as well. Yeah. Obviously, it's a 2-part puzzle. And it doesn't hurt when you hold the deck and then your opponent holds second best. Well, same men will likely go to war here. Although maybe Daniel just folds here to the raise over his straddle. Yeah. Yeah. And this is where, in my experience, a well-timed I-1-1, U-1-1 can go over quite poorly.
Aynen. Muhammed'le oynadığım yeri hatırladın mı? Ertesi gün oynadığım yeri de hatırlıyorsun.
What time did you get in?
Landed this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Okay. Worked our way over. Believe there's a holiday of sorts that was creating tremendous traffic at the border. Okay. We worked our way through ever so slowly and then made our way down here. Paid a visit to the salon at Royal Diamond, which I gotta say, they do a good job down there. When you're on the road, as much as I've been lately, you can't necessarily get home to your normal barber.
Yeah, I can confirm dope fade. Yeah. Could do with a trim myself.
The Turkish are very much known for the hair. Lappin, and perhaps they'll be able to restore the loss of mine somewhere down the line. Meanwhile, Ruslan has lost some chips. Down to 18,000 back. After 1,500 was put forward. Alatin on the button will have position as the lone caller, sitting with just 5,300 back. That's what they play for effective. With 3,700 in the middle, the ace-8-6 board advantage Alatin. Top pair, as you see, Jackson a 6 dangler, not keen to barrel.
And Alatin with just 5,300 in his stack here, happy to commit 2. And Alyssa the fold. You mentioned there being such a well-travelled man. I am somewhat, less so than yourself. Probably on more budget airlines than yourself, certainly. But having been to Istanbul airport quite a few times.
New Istanbul airport.
The new, yes, yeah, it is.
Havalimanı.
It's amazing to see the amount of people with the hair
Oh yes,
transplants.
yeah.
It's like a half plane full of them at the departures lounge.
I think for me in particular is, if I'm not mistaken, the stat on Istanbul airport is that more destinations are serviced from that specific airport than any other on Earth directly.
Wow.
Is the diversity of the people you'll see in the terminal, all corners of the world, all in a transit
Aferin evladım.
Hadron Collider.
Çok güzel. O çocuk gibi oynasın ya.
Straddle still on, this time for Rafael. He's queen 10-4 with the nut hearts, decides to shoot it up modestly to 800.
So what you're basically saying is if there is a tear in the space-time continuum,
Right.
probably look to Istanbul airport.
Look no further than there for the portal. King, queen 9 with spades. Participation.
Tidy flat here by Ahmed. No reason to build this pot here out of position.
And an ace in the window, not what you want to see when you have a couple of kings, and sure enough, one looms, and it belongs to the pre-flop raiser. Just ace-queen, but that is more than we can say for all others in this spot. Textured side cards in the 6-7 of diamonds, but in a raised pot, perhaps we remove some of that from the flat call of Ahmed.
Yeah, Livu's definitely looking to thin the field here to one opponent with a bet and in position, get himself to the river
Ya bunu
and most
içmeden
run
bir daha
outs.
içmesin ha.
In this instance, the one bet will do.
Çok kötüdür ya. Bende bir kutusu var, bozuluyor bunlar.
It's always a relief to be able to take that one uncontested,
Ha?
not have to face
Puf değil mi?
Ha?
uncomfortable turn cards. In particular, I think against the straddle defense, which obviously after Ahmed's flat call can contain a wide variety of holdings, given the price laid and the range advantage when those weird cards come off that are straighty or flushy in nature. Make that ace-queen less of a candidate to find its way to a showdown when facing resistance.
Şimdi zararlı değil mi? Sigara bulamazsan zift bile içip bu şekilde. Aa.
Levy will sit this one out. Alatin, 8s, king high hearts, not interested. Can't say the same for Yuri, of course, with king high diamonds, 3 Broadway cards. Now sneaky little kit on the button for Daniel, David, as he's got the double suited wheelie rundown with a pair.
Yeah, very much hoping to have that end of the board all to himself here. And as you see there, often when you do, you actually are an equity favourite. Now,
Ajda.
when it gets heads up here, he's still favourite.
Yeah, couple of percentage points, in fact, and on a 9-7-5 board, very much the favorite, clearly, as Yuri with nothing more than the gutter.
Yeah, I think you want to bet this spot. Obviously, you've got a pair and a bad draw, and that's kind of a good checking situation a lot of the time, but I feel as though, you know, he just doesn't want maybe big cards to come, and it's not a bad time to just take a stab and maybe get the job done.
That's a big card for Yuri, though, after the check back from Daniel, David, given that he has picked up 2 gut shots and king high diamonds, and he activates promptly.
How much you play?
Yeah.
2,500 into 3,500. Count requested by Daniel.
And this is where it's awkward now for Daniel because he's got some equity for sure. He actually is favourite. He maybe doesn't know that, but it's tough.
He does hang in there, and the 6 gives him the 7 high straight. And really gives Yuri a big problem. 4 to a straight out there, and totally unimproved outside of just a pair of 6s.
Yeah, and every reason to believe that Daniel could have an 8x in his hand here. Probably has to choose some bluffs and go for it sometimes. And maybe this is a good candidate because you really are at the bottom of your range. Does go for it. 6k from Yuri. Repping that 8. The 10-8 or maybe even the 8-9 would take this line. 10-8 makes the most sense, obviously flopped. Open-ender. Might be very happy. Oh, wow, look at this great call.
The call. That is a big call, David.
Well, Yuri's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar a couple of times now. Once by Alateen and now by Daniel, who... It's a sort of wide eye from Yuri there, who feels maybe he should have
this is a
gotten that one
slightly
through.
Disrespectful call if we're in Yuri's seat.
Yeah.
Feeling as though the 7 high straight lacked adequate firepower to be hanging in there, but big call.
Very big.
From Daniel. Nice statement made over there also that I'm not the guy. Can't bulldoze this stack.
Well, in the final installment of David and Ali Catch Up on Air.
Yeah.
Because, by the way, guys, this is the first time I've seen Ali. I didn't catch him before we came into the booth together. How was your summer? Obviously, you were out in Vegas. I know the Triton stuff is going on, and actually talked about Triton with James. But the other string to your bow is obviously the World Series coverage.
Yeah.
You were very much involved. I was listening in a lot.
Quite busy, and pleasantly found a few of our Merit regulars here, making their way down into Las Vegas and having some deep runs at that. Man, I'm thinking of top of mind, of course, Gabby Livshitz.
Yes.
Who is here, deep run in the World Series of Poker main event, a fixture here, along with his crew. Ari Kleiper.
The Clipper.
Lappin pointing.
No, I remember Ari being there in the late stages of the main event when I saw him on the tables across from me, because I was also there.
Ah, okay.
No,
Maybe just ensuring that
it's fine.
The oversight of the fact that he too was present.
No,
in
not
Las
as deep.
Vegas
Not as deep as Gabby was.
Deuces and 5s.
We were on adjacent tables for a little while. 300 left.
300 left. There you go. Well done, sir. So perhaps my summer not the one that we should be talking about, Mr. Lappin. Is no discussion on the flop between these two holdings, but the 10 on the turn does bring the diamond draw in for what was already the best hand.
There it is.
Sneeze and take it, sir. Seems to be what we've got in our future. There it is. But to finish your question, yeah, handful of bracelet events. Some night shift coverage with Nick Schulman.
Always a highlight for me, gotta say.
Certainly appreciated the feedback that you were providing in real time from definitely an awkward time zone.
I was having fights with people as well, though, so I had a balanced range there. I was enjoying your coverage while fighting with people who didn't like a lot of norms. So.
Oh yeah, that's always very uncomfortable when people try to create some mutual exclusivity between being able to celebrate the respective styles. The brotherhood of the booth is one that spans many demographics and styles.
Well, that's it exactly, and I think probably a lack of awareness maybe sometimes by those kind of pseudo-media people who don't realize that you're actually talking about people who are colleagues and have to go to work together the next day.
Yeah.
And you're making awkward situations that you don't need to, and kind of being disrespectful. I've never
Last one.
shied away from telling people that yourself and Nick together are my favorite duo, but I do also enjoy all the
and
forms
that
of
doesn't mean that you dislike
commentary.
everybody else.
Yeah.
And I, for one, let the record reflect, always make it a point, in particular during the summer when I know some of that rhetoric tends to take root, to pull on a Norm aside and thank them, obviously, for all that they've done for the game, and reiterate in no uncertain terms that never, ever would I do anything to be subversive or seek to vacate the throne that they've earned and reside on rightfully.
So you're not joining Barstool then under Portnoy Part 2?
No, that's not happening. You know? 1,200 as Raphael. 3 bets with his aces. Daniel, 3,100 more to call. 8-6-6-4, double suited, paired,
Anahtarı da geldi buraya koydu.
multi-gapper. These are the sorts of hands that you do need to show up with
10,000 more.
in PLO from time to time, David.
Absolutely, and look here, we see Daniel make the call. So 8-6-6-4, double suited, going to take on Raphael. These guys fairly deep.
And if we can call it an upshot at all, it's the fact that the King Jack 10 board is one that allows us to just steer very clear. There's clarity post-flop.
For sure there is for Daniel on lots of boards. For Raphael, this is a scary one.
Sure.
Like, this is the kind of board that your opponent who calls your big bet here pre-flop is going to be all over.
But when we have the aces, and obviously the Queen Dangler creates the nuts, the Ace of Hearts was present as well, we are motivated to tell a tale.
For sure.
Successfully, we do. Here, Ahmed explores the scent upon the fingertips, perhaps. After a long cash game session, I can't imagine it's floral.
They do have a lot of their own products here in Merit, which I love, actually. Actually, a little bit sorry to see those juices that were here for the Carmen series aren't here now. The beetroot juices, the green juices, those ones are very good. I hope they make a return.
Well, they are up at the buffet, as I verified this evening.
Oh, I didn't see them.
Over in the health area, David, perhaps one less frequented.
That's the reason.
They are absconded.
They're tricking me.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know I would never go there.
You could probably still ask at the bar.
Okay,
for them to bring you one, I think.
I will be doing that for sure. But yes, they have a lot of in-house products. They have a beautiful one this time around where they do kind of a cold coffee compress. It sort of funnels through a scientific apparatus. I'm not a science guy.
Are world-renowned for their coffee.
Yeah, so you can do kind of a cold coffee. There's a new cocktail on the cocktail menu, which is a coffee-infused tequila-based sort of margarita, which is very nice. Wow. Tried that one as well. It's very good. Where was I going? This is talking about lovely things that Merit just make in-house. It's good, isn't it?
Not so lovely, of course, as being monotone. I apologize, as we see Alatin here with the King 9-7-4 from the big defending. Ruslan with the open ender. Little else. Deciding to check back from the button. And now the pouncing with the double gutter. Undeterred by the presence of the Queen.
He's going to raise it.
1K from Alatin now being leaned upon, albeit modestly, by Ruslan. Makes it 2,400. Looks to take the pressure off himself to get there. Credit to him for still digging in and having that tenacity in that fight, as we did see the 10 ace. Really a painful blow to his stack, but doesn't appear worse for the wear.
Is he plotting something here? This would be a step out like we haven't seen if Alatin was to ship it in here.
He is wondering whether or not the Queen X combos would be checking back. Heads up, blind versus big blind. And if we remove Queen X from a credible part of the range, then suddenly opportunities are presented for us to maybe do a little representation. And in case of emergency, perhaps an 8 or a jack would be good from time to time. But in the end, begrudgingly, his hand does hit the muck. Now then, David, I interrupted you.
Well, no, because no, and I did lose my train of thought, partly because it's 3 a.m. here, and partly because, as Darrow Kearney has said ad nauseum over the last few days, I probably have long COVID. But one of the products that they have here are those beautiful hand sanitizing wipes that come in a variety of fragrances, some muskier and more manly.
I've not yet indulged.
And some fruitier, maybe like lemon or mandarin or watermelon.
That sounds delightful.
So sometimes, just because I am a kind of clean freak at the table, because I do feel like that is a source of potential.
It's a bit of a
germs
petri
being-
dish.
Indeed. I do like to use the hand sanitizers, and I love the fact that they have these like single-use, rip the top off them and wipe. So maybe that's at the fingertips of the.
Ah, fair. Okay. So perhaps the mandarin or musk.
And it is. It's almost aftershave-y musk, that one. You could almost get away with it as a cheap aftershave. It's that good.
Maybe as a cheap cologne, if you were so inclined. Just give it a wipe around the neck and off we go.
Yeah.
Out we go. 10-7-6-4.
Playable. Raphael.
Not a limp though. A raise to 600.
Oh, an Alatine with potentially the medicine for the Queen 10-8-7 here with the Ace Queen 9-2 smothering his hearts. Oh, and look at this Yuri, who definitely has stepped out. And we talked about gear changes and how this game might, enter its winter phase.
Yeah, suddenly thawing. As activations from the big blind here. 2,400 requested. No, Raphael digging in and doing so with the same notions that motivated Yuri to put in this 3-bet, because he has coverage with the King-Queen, 8-6, double suited. It's tough to miss an unpaired flop.
These 3 hands interact an awful lot on boards.
Oh, how about this one? Jack 8-4. Alatine has himself the gut shot. Little else, an understandable check. But for Yuri, a pair of 8s and the king high diamonds. Raphael, gut shot, and the pair of 8s.
Pot so big now, I don't think Raphael will get into trouble. Oh, well, a 2K bet will be a tempter for sure.
Yeah. First occasion on which I've heard you invoke what I really think is your word alone, and I did credit you with it on the occasions in which I put it to work over the course of the last couple of weeks up in London. A tempter, as David Lappin would say, on each occasion. Feels very trademarked.
Okay, I'll take that. Feels like the design of it is to be able to reopen the action if Alatine was to shove here. And I think he's the only person who won't get involved. But the pot is very large. But he really has none of us. Like, he's got a gutter that may not be good.
Now let me understand, you actually want the action to be opened with this particular holding for Yuri?
Well, I
or
guess
are unafraid of it?
I guess you would want the perception that it could be reopened for your opponent, because you would probably get slightly more fouls for that reason.
Right. That's a point of dissuasion in terms of Raphael's seat with Alatine behind him. As we see the 10 come off, and now more equity for Yuri, who is going to slam 11-2 in there. Very much a different approach than the one that preceded it on the flop. And for Raphael, uncomfortable is this 2-pair, which is the best hand and a 3-2 favorite with 1 to come.
Yeah, he'll be trying to figure out probably whether his opponent has aces with diamonds, and probably has to have something else with that. Maybe could be paired up as well.
Well, he does block 1 diamond, granted not wildly relevant. Incidental 7-9s, not sure that they would be a part of the equation here, but blocked by the 7 as well. And then, of course, the queen very relevant in terms of blocking any queen 9. So a lot to consider for Rafael here, who is the covering stack, but full pot. It would seem so ambitious to make this call.
Yeah, second and third pair, an uncomfortable spot here. Maybe the most uncomfortable. Top 2, I feel like he may just go with it. Lower pairs probably get away handy. This is awkward. And as Ali mentioned, the relevant blockers too. Does go with it.
2 times?
They'd like to run multiple boards here. Makes sense. If they saw their hands, they would be equally happy to do so.
Are you surprised by the willingness of Rafael to take this approach against Yuri here with just the 10s and 8s and a gutter?
I guess Yuri's probably been the player most capable of being light. We've seen him caught with his hand in the cookie jar, I think 3 times, definitely twice over the last couple of hours, so maybe that playing into it as well.
Most recently Daniel, so in some ways, while it may feel like disrespect, it is respecting the fact that Yuri is a capable adversary, one who isn't afraid to get money forward.
I think.
And I think each time Yuri felt a bit like, I thought I'd get that hand to fold. On all 3 occasions, actually.
Oh, the ace on the river.
Yeah.
Downing the 10s and 8s, but it does appear that they may have agreed to run it twice just based on the position. And the ace shows up not once, but on 2 separate occasions. And that is a very deflating outcome for Rafael. You can see. Absolutely disgusted with that one. And for Yuri, validating perhaps, he wasn't the equity favorite, but thinking finally one of these works out.
Yeah, I think that's probably got him back close to parity for the evening, and that's always a getting out is always a relieving thing, particularly in spots such as this where you've been caught a few times, maybe in spots where you feel like you shouldn't have been caught as well. Looks like we're going to play just over 20 more minutes. Might get one more lap of the track in. Don't know if that will induce some straddles. Sometimes will. Not that we need them this game. Far from in the mud.
So suddenly, blood flows, late stages of this 100-200 PLO cash game in a manner that we'd not seen that often.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen a pot such as that one, not that size all night. So maybe, just maybe, this one final orbit that we're likely to play tonight on stream, maybe we have another big one in store.
It does feel like Rafael might be a touch past 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Ruslan, touch past 200 up to 700, raise and take it. Sometimes that's all it takes, David, to suddenly just shake a game up enough. Whether it's wolves that were dormant to that point, now smelling blood, beginning to hunt. We'll see, as the focus will be upon Rafael, of course.
Bakma sen iyi kapamadın yani, orada equitiesini realize ettin ya. O da önemli.
Aces? Is it just me, David, or have they been dealt with a disproportionate frequency tonight?
Yeah, I think they have. Obviously, in a 4-card game, we're going to see them fairly often,
Sure.
but we have seen them more often.
Yeah, even by the
one would
metric of
expect.
PLO, I think.
Yeah.
And often up against kings as well, it should be said, which is
Yeah.
an even more statistically improbable parlay. Meanwhile, Jack 6-5-4 double turns into a flush on the Queen 6-3 board, but it is up against a bigger flush, the nuts in fact. There's problems on the horizon for Ahmed. Facing the follow through, just 400 into 1300.
And even if this one doesn't feel utterly comfortable, because of course your opponent could have your club smothered here, you do have the open-hander.
Yeah, to the straight flush. And now all of a sudden a full house draw as well, courtesy of this 4 of spades, which is a factor.
Yeah, that means he can absolutely never go anywhere right now. I think this was probably a call flop and turn fold river type spot anyway. I don't think you can give your opponent credit when he could just have the lone ace of clubs in hand. See how greedy Livy wants to go. Fairly greedy.
This is a 5% off your purchase situation, 2,000 into 2,100.
And that's absolutely right now from Livy. Needs to extract value in these flush over flush situations. His opponent happy to put some chips in on the flop. It could be that scenario. We see that it is. This is an interesting street now.
Yes, Ahmed very unhappy to see a lack of improvement on the river in the form of a 4 or a 6, which could have left him feeling far more comfortable than he does now with just the 5-high flush. And this is where the dry ace of clubs line occasionally presents itself. We know that the pre-flop raising range contains a lot of ace-x, and it doesn't always have to suit the ace of clubs as it has here. It could just be bullying as the full pot sizing is delivered now. And we're just bluff catching with the 5-4 of clubs now, are we not?
Yeah, Ahmed knows that Livy has the ace of clubs in his hand. He just doesn't know if there's another club in there with it. And this is a really gross spot, I think, against certain opponents. And if these guys know each other, it becomes a must fold. And against other opponents, it becomes a must call. It's one of those where you can definitely go either way based on player tendencies. Let's see what he chooses.
Is the king-high flush never a part of this line? Would it be too greedy to go full pot on the river without the nuts?
No, I think it maybe does represent both ace of clubs and king of clubs. I think, yeah, both are reasonable. Certainly not jack.
Not the dry king, just the actual king-high flush.
As in, is Ahmed ever up against king of clubs?
King-high clubs.
Yeah, I think both. Yeah, that is possible.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he could pursue maybe value this strongly with the second nuts as well.
I mean, not that it makes a difference when we're holding the 5-4 clubs, just out of curiosity in terms of whether or not the range of hands
Is wider.
that would take this line is slightly wider, exactly.
Yeah, no, good observation there.
Not sure the jack-high flushes, though, would be quite as inclined to approach the affair in this way, as those are more vulnerable to passive king-high flushes.
Does make a great fold.
Terrific fold. Correct fold.
Merak ettim elini.
And a fiscally preserving fold.
Evet, flash'a çektim. Vardı. Ama sanki daha iyiydi.
Nice pickup there for Levu, but maybe,
No.
just maybe,
Maybe not,
smaller sizing
because you have
allows
queen
us,
Widens the range even further.
right, to be collecting a larger pot.
We'll see in
Belki vardı
20
ya.
minutes.
Obviously, the
Bilemedim.
polarization effects are important as well. It isn't simple greed that causes the full pot sizing, but rather a desire to force your opponent to consider the idea that you really don't have it. That was a pretty one for Alatin, I thought. David, Jack 9, 8, 7 double suited, and yet didn't want to open the pot. Strikes me as very much a playable holding.
For sure.
And might that be late session effects in terms of just
Lock it
not-
up.
you know, I don't want to say that. As we've seen, he's been aggressive and his stack has been in motion, but in terms of lockup, he's not in the black on the day, is he?
No, I don't think so.
So curious. Really surprising to see him fold a delightfully speculative sort of holding such as that one.
Daniel and Ahmed likely to tussle now, as is Ruslan.
Yeah, at least jacks with a king. Not sure that fourth card is for the time being. Nope, one jack and two kings are occupied elsewhere. 4, 6, 7, and 2 clubs, providing flush draws to both Daniel and Ahmed. Advantage Daniel. He's got the pair and the open-ender to go with his. Just the dummy end of a gutter. Or Ahmed in the form of deuce 3 is added ammo. As we see Daniel very understandably betting this 800. And board texture such as this, if for Ruslan, is quite uncomfortable. Note, Ahmed just lays it down. I think for an amateur pot limit Omaha player, both of those folds, and I think I'm talking more to people who are coming over from Hold'em, really elucidate the stark contrast in terms of instincts that we would otherwise have in 2-card, you know, with the jacks to be peeling or with a jack high flush to just be calling. You see these hands just get put into the muck very comfortably because everything is murky moving forward, even the best of cards for us.
Yeah, like it's a more complicated than game than what I'm about to say, but it is a game of the nuts and representing the nuts in a lot of situations, and murky holdings that make third nuts or the bottom end of straights are the kind of situations you want to try and avoid. Obviously in Hold'em, any old straight will make you feel pretty good about life and you'll be very unlucky if you're beaten, but not so in this game. You know, 2/3 of the deck is out there in people's hands, every hand.
That's an important point to make. 2/3 of the deck is distributed. So on those paired boards where in Hold'em you're thinking, oh, it's so hard for somebody to have trips here. No, it's actually not. And in all likelihood, someone does. Meanwhile, King 10-5, 2 spades, Broadway wrap. Delightful development for Rafael. The opener on the button. Just naked 5s for Lemieux, and now, on the turn, Rafael has improved to the nuts. Let's see whether or not he wants to try to induce as played.
Yeah, these guys played an intricate little pot about an hour ago where Raphael took a very passive line and actually bluffed river, which was kind of cool. I don't know if Livu is aware of that hand yet, but obviously in this spot it's sort of a relevant moot point because Livu has next to nothing. But yeah, some potential dynamics there. I'm not sure if these guys are, I haven't seen anyone go to their phone. I'm not sure if they're aware of hands from an hour ago or whatever, whether it could help them possibly inform close decisions.
I think we see a lot more of that in tournaments
Yeah,
than we do in cash games.
good point.
Not sure why, but because the information is helpful in both realms, but just tends not to be as emphasized.
Yeah, I think in a lot of situations, and I think there's one of them, players will be very familiar with one another. There won't be that many people in the room willing to play a 100-200 PLO game. They are
Good
willing
point.
to play fairly big, but this is as big as we spread at the moment. So, you know, likelihood these guys have battled on the Meritfeld before. Ooh, and Alatin, who's been relatively quiet by his standards for the last maybe orbit or so.
Ace, Jack 7.
Likes to just call out of the big blind here with, I guess, not the best aces in the world. Jack 7 suited, but no nut draws.
Yeah, neither ace suited, but we've seen Alatin not look to inflate pots pre-flop. In fact, open pots for a limp with aces. So takes conservative lines, but though not on this occasion. He does block 6-7. He does block ace deuce.
And Yuri happy to overcall here.
And now look at this. The deuce on the turn actually giving Ruslan the wheel and the best hand here.
Yeah, he won't love it. I can't imagine him betting it, and he doesn't.
Now the board pairs on the river.
He may not even bet it on the river, because
yeah, he expects
third
maybe
nuts
to have
and
at
then-
least somebody with another wheel out there.
yeah, third nut straight on a paired board is not
Yeah.
anything you're jumping for joy about.
Kim aldı ya?
Copy 6 or 6-7, let alone the
Belki
boats.
gözünden
All
kaç.
threatening prospects. Perhaps not as played, but nevertheless, it's okay. Keep things clean. Get a good look as the man responsible for the bulk of the excitement on the evening, Alatin. Certainly has been a pleasure to observe him on the day, both in terms of actual play and then also all the ancillary sort of behaviors. Kept it fun.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed watching him. He's obviously, as mentioned before, been a little on the unlucky side when you look at some of the really close ones, and two particular riverings that were borderline disgusting, costing him dearly in spots. But I think overall, a person such as he will be more focused on how he's played, how he's got most of his decisions right, while playing this loose action style, which is very hard to do, actually. So credit where it's due.
Yeah. Such an important added piece of the puzzle, though, if you're going to be an action player, is the ability to recognize when it's time to slow down, step away. Otherwise, the rebuys will come fast and furious. Ahmed the Razor, aces are his this time. Got himself two patrons. Queen 6-5. The aces.
Yeah, huge
are
flop
still-
for Ahmed
yeah,
here. Wow.
Way best. Nut flush draw, queen dangler, and of course, the aces.
And even though we see Alatin there with the next best equity, none of that is clear cut, apart from the 7, which needs to be an offsuit 7. So I don't know if he would call a bet. in this spot. But no bet comes. Interesting here
Yeah,
from
he's
Ahmed.
made kings and fives to hop in front. And also look at the Broadway wrap development for Yuri, as this is a sopping wet turn card.
Really is hard to find a more interesting turn in the deck, to be honest.
Hard draw. Small oversight there for Alatin.
Yeah, and curious that Ahmed decided to check that flop. May live to regret it.
Yeah, this card was an awful one for him against these two specific hands.
Are some rivers, though, which will make him a hand and get him paid, perhaps.
6 and a queen to counterfeit the kings up. A spade would do the trick. The ace would not, and instead the deuce of clubs, which feels like a card that shouldn't really be involved.
Yeah,
with
Yuri's the
what
only
we're
man
starting.
who could have repped the 3-4 in that spot, and I think he's just a bit bitten and not willing to. Maybe he just feels like his image wouldn't be there.
Oh, yeah.
So happy to just try to make the best hand and check fold when he doesn't. Alatin picks up a chunky one here close to the end.
Gidenlere bak ya.
Ahmed definitely ruining that decision to check flop.
Yeah, in doing so.
Biri vursa da göreceğim ya. Hem kente
Feeling like he had too
Rengi
much of it, but
attıkları
you
belli
never have
yani.
too much of it in PLO.
I would agree. I mean, yes, the nut flush draw is delightful. Yes, the aces rate to be strong there. But I think any bet whatsoever is preferred to the check back when you aren't looking at like top set and the nut flush draw. That's, you know, completely different sort of hand. One pair is just vulnerable.
Yeah, I think what stands out massively in that spot is how with overpair, top pair, and a flush draw, an opponent with bottom pair, a gut shot, and just some random cards had 36% three ways.
And to be fair, I think it's not a spot that Ahmed is going to check 100% of the time. I think on balance, he's going to be mixing things up. Just on that occasion, unfortunately for him, he did choose to check back, and that was what led to the demise of aces in the nut flush draw. This time he is up front, 10-9-8-6. No thank you, he says. Ruslan creatively mucking his hand on that occasion.
Livu trying to make hay now before the end. Alatin straight in there with the ace, queen, jack, 4, 3 clubs. Daniel happy to come along for the ride as well. Maybe just a late surge here for Alatin. Flopping best this time.
Wheel gut shot, top pair. Round of checks. Alatin did not choose to bet. Now improves to queens and jacks, David.
Yeah, every reason to bet now. No flushes possible, but plenty of straight draws.
2 of them in Livu's hand, Broadway and the wheel, but nevertheless, concessions. As Alatin makes sure to flash the boys his cards, just saying, guys, I had it. It's little things like that, the characters, David. You know, the ones that I remember from early on in my career, this was very much the type of man that I found in the poker room. And they were so charming, and they were so, like, emblematic of an era which I feel like is beginning to work its way into a twilight of sorts as a lot of young blood has come in to the game and approaches things in a very different manner than the predecessors.
Yeah, I think the modern player obviously approaches the game sometimes in a solver-based way.
Sure, oftentimes.
Different kind of experiences, maybe with trainers, with coaches, with training site videos. But a lot to be said for wily experience.
consider like the Sam Farha
Yeah.
type of character, the the dinner jacket, the cigar dangling, and the sense that I don't care what the math is in this spot, kiddo. I'm just looking at you.
Yeah.
3-bet here, pre-flop. Not something we've seen all together all that often. And wouldn't you know it, it is Yuri who has been the friskiest.
Yeah, and Raphael can get like half his stack in here. He's going to do so. He does have one suit as well, the 705 connected little. This is definitely the kind of aces you want to plant in here. Yuri caught with his hand in the cookie jar once again.
And yeah, the 4-bet from the under the gun opener to 6,600.
Unless Yuri really wants to gamble here, this should be a fold.
Some might argue that the 3-bet to 2,100 against the under the gun open from Raphael was already indicative of really wanting to gamble, David, as ace-jack 9-4 with the spades, really.
So
digging in here.
Yeah, he has spades, he has 4 cards, he's probably figuring that the ace is no good, so interesting to see how he proceeds on these boards.
They're playing 9,100 effective, and here we are with the two-way straight draw and little else for Yuri. And sub-1 SPR, that stack to pot ratio. Raphael does deliver his last 9,100 forward with the nut clubs and the aces. Very happy to do so.
Yeah, he's going to have to do a bit of maths here. Bet is 91 into 13, is that right?
13.5, so 22.6 in the middle, 9,100 to take a crack at it. More than 2 to 1.
Yeah, he needs about 27%, 28%, and that's what he has.
Yeah.
So he may have made a bed for himself here at the death. Yeah, gamble, gamble. Has backdoor spades as well. That's probably the deciding factor, actually, in all of this.
Okay, twice.
So suddenly, end of the evening fireworks here. As Yuri plays a $31,700 pot with Raphael. He downed him with successive aces with one to come, and on this occasion, it is advantage Raphael on the first board and the second as well, as the nut flush is made on 2 occasions. Drawing dead was Yuri, does end up with the trip 9s. All he needed was a pair dangler in order to be able to fill up and chop. So then.
Yeah, Yuri obviously won that really big pot for 40-odd K a little while ago, but I think he was the player who probably pushed it in more spots than he would maybe wish. He was caught with his hand in the cookie jar a couple of times. Players were onto him, if you like. I think he felt a little bit owned in maybe 1 or 2 situations. And then with that last hand, I think he just made an awkward bet for himself. Maybe that frisky last hand of the night 3-bet. And then not a huge 4-bet, you know, like not a pot size 4-bet either. Laid him a price that tempted him. And then flopped just enough equity, I guess.
Yeah, Jeremy, poker floor man for the cash games, has made his way over rail side, if you will, to kind of orchestrate how things will be breaking down from this point forward as we welcome you back into the desk here at Merritt Crystal Cove in North Cyprus. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin with some finishing thoughts on the evening. David?
Yeah, I think, you know, we got a very entertaining night of Pot Limit Omaha. It's not something I spend a lot of time watching, to be honest, but it was something that I, you know, was engrossed by. James Dempsey offered some brilliant analysis earlier on, I think, as well. He's more the man who plays a lot of PLO. And yeah, I think there were a few situations in that last one where I think, again, yeah, they probably stepped out on a couple of occasions when they shouldn't have, but you know, that the game is, equities run so close.
Yeah.
I think that's just the way it'll go sometimes.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I too certainly was entertained. We hope that you were as well. Want to get to some business at hand. We will be back with the stream right here on the Merritt Poker official YouTube page at 1:45 p.m. local time tomorrow, where the main event day 2 coverage will be coming your way. 970 entries thus far. Late reg, not closed just yet. Top of
No.
day 2, you can still hop in there with that 3 million guarantee.
I don't know for sure, but it's 3 or 4 more levels, so expect quite a few more people to hop into that one, I suspect.
434 left at present, and we expect that guarantee to get blasted into outer space, David. And I know you were keeping kind of an eye on what we might come to expect going into tomorrow to that day 2 main event coverage.
Yeah, so 3 starting days. Obviously, a few hundred people have got in each day, and well, a couple of very big stacks in the room. Canan Takargani has 825k. That's a monstrous stack. Bear in mind, they play quite a short day 1A. Or day 1, whatever number they choose. He was from 1A. So 825k is amazing growth from your 100k starting stack. Also making huge headway. Michael Allen, UK player, who I know very well. Bart Leibert, 650k in the mix. I think he's top 5 in chips. 3.6 million in earnings for the Belgian there, winner of many, many tournaments. He's something of a legend. Mustafa Biz, 500k. Well, he made the final table of our high roller just the other day. Incredible performance by him to ladder all the way as he did. And another name I spotted a little further down the chip counts, but someone I want to give a bit of love to, is Paul Newey. Has 161k, and he obviously adorned our first cash game a couple of nights ago, so that was great as well.
Playing both sides of the fence here. A fence which is going to be jam-packing the calendar between now and the end of the year. You've been staring at the bottom of your screen for some time. Just get a load of the guarantees and what else is on offer as the EPT will come paying a visit in October, November through early December. We've got the Gangster, and of course, over 6 million in guarantees here in total, a part of this current Retro Series. So it has been a wild ride in terms of PLO for the day, but we're going to draw the curtain on it for this evening. And then, of course, we will rejoin you tomorrow, 1:45 p.m. local time, with coverage of day 2 of this main event, a main event which we will carry coverage of right down to a winner. Not tomorrow, but throughout the rest of the week. So then, on behalf of James Dempsey and David Lappin, yours truly, Ali Najad, saying good night, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow with more coverage of the Merit Retro Series. See ya.